showing waiting for Orca meeting.
Orca will be live.
They're live now? Okay, great. I think we're.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So we'll take two. Welcome, everybody. This is the final meeting of the school district redistricting task force. We are in a new room today. We're in the Red Oak room. So technical issues are being figured out, but this is all new today for us. So thank you for bearing with us and for being patient. We are going to start the meeting on November 20th. We're starting a little bit late. It's 9:37. We plan to go till about 3:30. And I just wanted to say welcome and thank you all for being here. We will start with I would accept a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting. Would anyone like to make a motion on the minutes from the last meeting? Jay, thank you. Any second? Kim, thank you.
Okay.
The minutes from the last meeting are accepted. Any discussion? Okay, great. All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Wonderful. And then we have today's agenda, which is, I'm going to let my co-chair explain a little bit more about the meeting in a minute, but it's going to be a slightly different rhythm than what we've had in the past, just because we are going to be actively doing some work. But we do have the agenda here in front of us. Can I entertain a motion on the agenda? Kim, thank you. We have a motion on the table to accept the agenda. Do I hear or see a second?
Second.
Jay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of accepting the agenda for today, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone, any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, so we have accepted the agenda and I will pass the mic over to my co-chair, Edie Granning.
So normally we have co-chair updates right here. We have been working really hard on edits to the report, trying to get as much information in there as possible so that we could have an effective meeting today on making sure that it has all the information necessary to be a solid report back to the legislature. So we haven't had extra meetings. We haven't had extra things to update anybody on. But what we do want to talk about today is that we're going to have a meeting a little different than what we've done in the past. And we'll break into small groups to talk about how that's going to work. So for folks who are watching, there's not going to be as much to watch until the groups come together. And we apologize for that. But I think that's going to be the best way for everyone to have an opportunity to look at every word of the report. So I don't have a whole lot else. I think, Sue, the next is you.
Great. So if I can ask Maud to put up the slides, that would be really helpful. So what I'd like to do is give a little bit more detailed overview of how we're going to spend our time today, and then an overview of the kind of main sections of the report. And I thought it would be helpful before I start to just remind the group of your guiding principles and group norms, because I think this is a day that really matters to keep all of that in mind. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So these are the guiding principles, and I don't know if somebody would be willing to actually read these out loud so we could just all kind of collectively hear them together. Jay, would you be willing?
Sure. Back in elementary school, though. The task force agrees to the following guiding principles in conducting its work. Build on and reflect local knowledge and lived experience. Ensure our approach is data-driven, not assumption or sentiment-based. Acknowledge practical constraints, financial, structural, and logistical. Be attuned to potential disruptions, particularly at the federal level. Uphold transparency, including timely and accurate posting of minutes, data, and public correspondence. Maintain a strong commitment to public input and voice, even as methods of engagement may evolve.
And then the second slide is the group norms that you all agreed to. I don't know if somebody would be willing to read these. Go ahead, Kim.
Address task force members by first name during meetings. Decisions will be made via a simple majority vote. It's expected that minority voices will be heard, and these voices will be included in the report to the legislature as needed. Communication agreements. When sharing about the work of the task force, individual members will provide clarity that they're speaking from their personal perspective and not on behalf of the task force. Official statements about the work of the task force will come from co-chairs or someone they appoint to speak on behalf of the task force. When communicating about the work of the task force, continue to clarify the role of the task force versus the full scope of the work outlined in Act 73.
And I think just based on some emails I've seen in the last 24 hours, it seems like that norm about minority voices being heard and included in the report feels especially important so that you all can come up with a report that you can all get behind. And so today is really about the hard work of integrating all of the different perspectives around this table into something that's as useful as possible to the legislature. And so I just want to spend a few minutes kind of talking about how we're going to approach the day, and then we can get to work. So first, I wanted to say that we're going to be doing work in small groups so that we can really dig in and go deep. And what we did is we arranged those small groups so that every group has a legislator in it. And also, each of the groups has one of the people, Jen, Jay, and Rebecca, that really did the lion's share of the work on the proposal that the task force voted to move forward so that they are able to answer questions. It sounds like Wendy will not be available at all today, and I'm not sure about Chris, if he's able to join virtually.
I think he's going to be spotty.
Okay.
In and out. Yeah.
Okay. So they may not be here. So that means each group will have 3 people. And again, we'll be able to really dig into the details. Next. So first, I just want to give an overview of the main pieces of the report. I think most of you have been in here, so you have a sense of it. But we had a more extensive outline that you all gave to me at the very beginning, and the chairs asked to kind of try to simplify that so it was a report that could really be read by the legislature. So we landed on an executive summary, some of the challenges Act 73 aims to address, a section on describing the way the task force approached its work, a section with an overview of the public input we gathered, and then the next section, a map for the future Vermont Regional Education Partnership overview. That's just a brief summary of the proposal. A section on data supporting the approach in the proposal. The recommendations to the legislature, you all can decide if you want that section or not. I just put it in there as a placeholder, and towards the end of the day, you can decide if there's some things that you would like to say to the legislature directly, either about how to use this report, whatever the group decides. A very brief conclusion, and then some appendices. So that's the basic structure of the report. And what I want to do is just quickly go over how we're going to approach digging into all of this over the course of the day. So the first session we're going to do is really going to start with the summary of the proposal, and then giving you all an opportunity also to ask questions or look at the technical proposal, which, as you know, is very lengthy. So it's not realistic to be able to go through that whole thing, but it will give you a chance to focus on those 2 aspects of the report. And then the second session, Maud, if you could go to the next slide, groups. Okay, so the next session, that's a session where we'll dig into the appendices. We can decide if you all want to look at all of them, or we might decide each group takes on 1 or 2 of those. The next session after that will be looking at Session 3 will be looking at the body of the report. And again, we'll have a little conversation to decide if you all want to look at all of these or if you want to divide the work up among the 3 groups. Then the next session, the last session, will be, oh, I didn't put that in. It's just the recommendation session where you can have kind of more of an open conversation. And I'm just offering these instructions. You don't have to follow these exactly, but just to give you some ways to get as much done as productively as possible. So what I would recommend is when we break into small groups, you just start with some individual reflection. You review the section that you are working with. And then also, hopefully everyone has their laptop. There's a lot of comments on the Google Doc. Some of the very small kind of words I try to accept to clean it up a little, but some of the more substantive comments where people might need to have a conversation about them, I left as comments so that you all can talk through them. And then I would encourage you to just jot down your own recommendations for the section. Then after that, have a conversation in your group and do a go around so each group member can kind of share their recommendations, see if there's any similar ideas you can combine. And then we're going to ask each of the groups to decide on several recommendations to share with the full group so that when we come back together, each of the small groups will have a few recommendations. Okay. So that's the plan. Does anybody have questions about how we're structuring this?
I think we have to cite more specifically the data sources. I think it's also, I think I have to acknowledge that there are some visible errors in some of the AOE data, and I'm happy to work with someone on decision rules for cleaning the data if we're going to present comparisons. But I don't think that should be a single person's responsibility because I think it has to be done transparently, and any decision rules for cleaning need to be public, if that makes sense.
Okay, great.
I can give examples if people don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I just want to make a note of this. So,
for example, in the A3 tuition data, where we were figuring out the average cost of tuitioning to independent schools versus public schools, there are actually errors in both the public school data and in the independent school data, and we can correct them. I just think that if we are making changes and cleaning data that is provided to us by the Agency of Education, I am not comfortable doing that by myself.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it makes sense to just highlight the errors and not change the data. And I'm just wondering.
What I can tell you is I went through it last night, and if I cleaned the obvious errors, it wasn't enough to actually change the basic relationships. It just moved the numbers a couple $100. Yeah. And so we could just say, for example, if you purge this is what happens to the data, and let people make their own decisions. I think that if we cannot take it on ourselves to clean agency data,
Correct.
Because we're just setting ourselves up for a load of heartache if we go there.
Correct.
Okay, so it sounds like during this small group work, just flag the data errors, and then let's revisit at the end of the day the approach that you want to take, whether it's to leave them and acknowledge them or to have a team from the task force be empowered to do that work and update it. So
we can sensitivity test to show how much it's going to change it. But that's what I was doing yesterday, is testing if we did these things, how much would it change the final results? And I think it doesn't actually change it by much magnitude, but I think it's worth just flagging it because the obviousness of the errors is going to make people anxious.
Okay. So for these sessions, flag them, and then at the end of the day, let's take a little bit more time to just make sure we have a really solid, clear plan about what we're going to do about that. Okay. Any other comments before we move on to the work?
The only thing I would say, Sue, is just remind folks that we are still having public comment at 2:30,
yes.
From 2:30 to 3. So if folks want to chime in, they're welcome to, either in person or online at around 2:30.
So, and again, just encouraging you to both use your paper version of the report and the Google Doc version. And I just really want to encourage you to, give yourselves a good 5 or 10 minutes to do your own reflection before you get into a conversation. So you are kind of, know exactly what it is that you want to say and would like to see addressed. So let's, we are ahead of time, which is a beautiful thing. So why don't we say that we'll come back together at 10:50, and then we'll hear from each of the groups. And a reminder, this first small group session is around focusing on the summary of the redistricting proposal, which is on page 11 of the report, and then also an opportunity to ask questions or get additional clarification about Appendix E.
About what the groups are.
Yes, the groups
Thank you.
are one group is, we're going to call you Group A is Jen, Dave, and Kim. Group B, Jay, Scott, and Edie. Group C, Rebecca, Martine, and Beth. And so I encourage you to, yes, Chrissy?
Just from a technical standpoint, when you guys are breaking out into these working groups, how would you like technology to work in the room? Muted, you can see people in the room, just have the second going. This is just a unique situation. Yes.
I would say have the sorry, did you want to say something? I was just gonna say, have the camera running and then maybe mute.
Mute the room like
Yeah.
we did a public hearing.
Yeah.
You guys broke down?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And just to know that the discussion is going to happen in these small groups where the people listening in won't be able to hear, but all of the recommendations are going to be brought back to the full table and discussed among the task force, and people will be able to hear that part of the deliberation.
One thing that's really helpful is if you can either put on the chat for when people enter the room. People are in small groups and will be exiting the small groups, and then just so people know who arrived.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you.
Yes,
So- Getting back together at
yes.
10 minutes to
If you feel like you are able to do your work sooner than that and you want to come back to the table sooner, that will be great. But I don't want to cut short this first.
Great. All right.
other questions.
Yeah, I'll move down there. Yeah. Any other questions?
This is about beautifully for you
Yeah.
all to move to these other tables in the back.
You all tell me.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chrissy. Oh,
Big corner of the table.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so just a very quick process check. Did everybody feel like the way that we structured that worked? Were you able to do what we were
I
asking?
feel like we should put Beth in charge of editing.
Okay.
She's seriously good at it.
Good
Talk
at
about
editing.
skill.
Okay, excellent. Any other thoughts about the process we're using today?
I thought it worked.
Yeah, I felt that it was helpful to be able to see for those who are editing in the document, as we were talking about sections, I could read to our group what others had said and not have to double change something, or that was great.
So what I want to do is go through this in 2 rounds. So Mon, if you could put up page 15 of the report. So the first thing I want to do is have us look at all the writing that's in a different color than black. These are suggestions, and see if we can accept those suggestions. And then I want to take another pass through and look at the questions, which will take a little bit more discussion. Okay?
15?
Yes, please. Mon, we're going to be going kind of back and forth in this a little bit.
We did 11 to 14.
I say 11 to 21.
11, sorry, page 11. I have 15 in my
We all
page.
do different.
No, you did 11.
We did 11
You
to
all-
14.
you all-
did 21.
Well, to the appendices, we're starting.
So page 11, please.
Thoroughly. Simple and multi-year lady. I don't have much.
Okay, here we go. So the first suggested change is on paragraph 2. Instead of saying rural regions continue to lose population, saying all regions.
Yes,
Does that work for everybody?
group was good with it.
Okay, so we're going to accept that change. The next change, it's in the next paragraph, the very last sentence. We've got questions here we'll come back to, but the last sentence now reads with a suggestion. The task force found significant public concern and complex implications for cost, equity, and public school viability. Is everybody okay with that change?
I think
Our group wasn't thinking that public school was necessary there, that school viability covered it. So schools, yeah, go ahead, Jay.
And I would just add that because in our research, we learned that there are independent schools that are also losing population. So just thought the school caught both of those.
And Jen and Kim's group, do you want to say why you, I think that was your suggestion, why you decided that was important to add that?
I think as I was reading it last night, that was what I was noticing, is the closure of small elementary public schools, and that being sort of the responsibility of this body to consider public education. So I thought that qualifier was relevant. And I actually also, but didn't do it as a suggestion, had suggested, rather than viability, sustainability. And it looked like in the notes that was agreeable to folks. Group C said yes to sustainability rather than viability. I apologize. I didn't put that as a suggestion. I put it as a comment.
Yeah, and then Rebecca.
So we were fine with sustainability. Just on an editing thing, having the word public in the same sentence twice is a little awkward. Public concern, public
See,
school.
there you go.
So if you just said school, I mean, I'm okay either way, but just saying school viability, if people were happier with it, I'm okay with that too.
You would have corrected the term paper that way, right, teacher?
Would we want to say,
The same qualifier twice. I like to use synonyms.
do we want to say local
Something,
school,
Rebecca, you had your hand up before.
Or small school.
local school?
I'm just gonna, I guess I was just gonna ask what the intent of the the sentence was, because I think whether you modify it and how you modify it depends what you think the intent of that sentence is, to me. I mean, it's called the Public Education Fund. It's not called the Education Fund. Schools is kind of a different construct. And when you talk about viability of schools versus sustainability schools, you're talking about different things. So I was just curious what the point of the sentence was.
So if the lead-in is about the significant public concern that was addressed, it is about their own local school. So you were saying local instead of public. I mean,
Local school, yeah. And viability is fine. Sustainability was a longer term view of what that delivery mechanism in just my thinking.
So can we go with local school? Is the group okay with that change from public to local?
Sure.
Because we're gonna, okay. And are people okay with viability, or is there a strong feeling about changing to sustainability?
I think viability.
I think viability is.
Viability is good.
That's what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about schools, I think you're talking about viability. If you're talking about public education funding, I think you're talking about sustainability.
Sustainability. Makes sense.
It's local schools.
Great.
Okay, great. The next one, there's a suggestion in this sentence to add 2 words. So cooperative regional services, voluntary mergers where they strengthen educational opportunity, value, sustainability.
So should there be, there's a comma there between value and sustainability?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And are people good with those 2 additions of those 2 words? Okay. Okay. Rationale. This is a suggestion to replace rural and small with throughout the state.
Can I just make a
Yes,
comment
yeah, go
about
ahead
this?
and talk
One of the
about this.
things I noticed about this report is that we keep talking about the small rural schools are losing population. Well, you know what? So's Rutland, so's Barry, so's Mount Mansfield. Those are the bigger districts and it's everybody.
Yeah.
But because they're larger, it's hidden. And if we just keep focusing on the small rural, it's going to be a disservice to people who are struggling in other areas trying to manage that, the stranded assets concept. So that's why I kept peppering this through.
It sounds like that.
That's a good one.
Everybody likes that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also that some of the greatest capacity to address is not going to actually be in the rural areas. It's going to be in the urban areas that have lost a lot of kids.
Yeah.
Then we're down to the bullet points, alignment with Act 73, and the group, Kit, Jen, and Dave, do you want to talk about the suggested sentence here?
We also above that had a comment. I don't know if you can see that. The roadmap is grounded, like the lead-in analysis shows. We thought it would be important to parenthetically say cited in the detailed resource document Appendix D so that people can go to that. And then broadly, we had a question for the group because that document is a large document with many citations. If we know that each of these bullets are pointing to a specific data in that that document, if we can link directly to that source, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, so I'm gonna, I have that as a note here, Kim, to come back to.
Yep.
Are people good in general with this idea of adding the cited in detail resource? Adding the citation in this sentence? We can come back to how we're gonna do that.
I know we have it at the end of the document, but I think these are, we thought that these could sound like bold statements without acknowledging they are a result of the data that's in that other document.
So, yeah, we agreed and we talked about it actually earlier where we mentioned research. And
Right.
so so I think that's what
Okay,
I was talking about. to
Okay,
make
got
that
it.
Let's come back to that.
Yep.
Sorry, let's come back. Thank you for helping me follow what I said.
Yep.
Okay, so aligned with Act 73, if we can just talk about this sentence that was added by the group with Jen, Kim, and Dave, and just
There's an extra period.
I'll
fix that.
So it was changed, something in it was changed from what we were working on in the paper, and it deleted that original sentence where we didn't include the citation to Act 73. So putting that sentence back in, which are broader statements, what we added to what the original sentence was statewide coherence, comma, building regional capacity, comma, while avoiding changes unsupported by evidence. I like citing the language in Act 73. But when we were looking at the paper document, that first sentence was also sort of the broad reflection of how this work responds to 73. And I like that as well.
Okay, so you're suggesting, this was a change that somebody suggested that I made, that I accepted last night because it was the actual language in
Might have been me, yeah.
I figured that wouldn't be controversial to put that. So you're saying you would like to keep the original sentence in addition to the new part that cites Act 73. Is
And
everybody
all we
okay?
added to that was building regional capacity, strengthens statewide coherence. Proposed plan strengthens building regional capacity while avoiding changes unsupported by evidence. It may not be a great sentence, but I think it was calling out the additional regional
Is
capacity.
there anybody opposed to that?
I
Go
would
ahead, Ben.
eliminate the part that says while avoiding changes unsupported by evidence, just because it seems a little editorializing in a negative way. You know, I would just say the proposed plan strengthens statewide coherence and builds regional capacity, period.
Well,
I kind of
But
think
I
the
don't know.
evidence.
why?
But
What's wrong with avoiding changes unsupported by evidence?
Just depending on how it reads.
Is there a way we can make it a positive instead of a negative?
What if you said
I
that,
don't think it's necessary to put that in there, but
What if you said it was an evidence-based plan that strengthens statewide and just took out the unsupported by evidence, which implies that others aren't?
it's that part of it, yeah.
Okay, let me try this. I can undo these if it doesn't.
Proposed evidence-based plan strengthens statewide coherence
And
and builds, not building,
Yeah.
and builds regional
Regional
capacity, period. I like the feel of that better.
Okay.
Try to consider the audience will be reading this report.
connect before?
Okay, so, now are people okay with this sentence?
Yep, just put a period on the end.
And do we need the comma? Do that.
Oh, probably not.
Thanks.
Where's the
I will check
comma?
my
Between statewide coherence and.
Okay,
This is why you don't let me write it.
okay, great. Okay, so the next one,
The Oxford.
It is, it's when you
Yeah.
put the extra one
Yeah.
afterwards, you're supposed to put the Oxford.
this was a suggestion. Who suggested this? Evie's group suggested this. Do you want to just say what this was? It was
Oh, it
just
was
a
just the added-
grammatical.
Yeah, it was just grammatical.
This is a grammatical. Is everyone okay with this grammatical change?
Should do it.
Okay. Then the next one, at the last bullet, it says, there's some evidence that consolidation of very small districts can achieve efficiencies. Does that?
And called there to be research cited in the full document that.
Or you could
speaks
just
to-
move the citations out.
I think in each of these bullets, if we agree that it'd be
The problem is
beneficial
it's-
to pull out the actual.
It's
citation.
also, just to be really clear, it's under certain conditions.
Yeah, and we
You-
could
If you
say,
merge two non-operating districts, there are no efficiencies.
right. Consolidation of very
There's-
small operating districts.
So should say
Anyway,
may instead of
May.
can.
So our group started it differently.
I would, under certain conditions, it's everything,
Oh.
all research is this under certain conditions.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Evie.
We just started it with, while the task force found that some studies indicate that very small districts can achieve efficiencies from consolidation, and then goes to, it found no evidence that, and then,
oh,
so just rearranged it a little bit.
I'm gonna put this in here so you can look at it.
But yeah, starting with at the beginning.
Can we say under certain conditions?
Yeah.
Because I think it's how you merge makes all the difference in the world.
I
in
did
terms
to
of
say
safety.
under certain conditions. The only thing I would say, I like that framing, but it means that what we bolded would be the other, it would change,
Yep.
which
that's
might
true.
be
Would-
okay.
wouldn't
So I don't know if it matters, but it's not directly responsive to the 73.
But also I think my worry about the more specificity we apply here, the more specificity we need to apply. The other finding that came out over and over again, this speaks to Jen's point. The merger research suggests that large-scale consolidation school closure disproportionately falls on high poverty rural schools and communities of color. And if you look at what we've seen in our discussions, that's who we're going to hit with consolidation if we move forward to, and the burden of things. So I think, I just think it's, if you're add, I think we should cite Mara Teakin's work, for example, as well in that same paragraph, because people will grasp onto it and they need to know that this is a big thing for a lot of places. And we're going to hit some of our highest poverty, most remote communities the hardest. And I just think we need to think about the impacts of that for kids who depend on school for 3 meals a day.
Yeah, no, our group was reacting to the addition, not that we need the addition, right?
Okay.
So we're saying if there's going to be an addition, we would put it in a different.
Yeah.
So we would set it up differently, but we didn't feel like the addition was necessary.
So take out everything in purple.
I think we would be okay with that, but
So the choice is either keep addition even more information or just take it out and have this remain kind of a high level statement.
I think
Jay and Scott, I don't want to speak
Yeah.
for all of us, but I just want to make sure that I'm reflecting our group's conversation. We were just reacting to the additions, not that there needs an addition.
And Jen and Dave, what do you think too? Similarly,
Well,
we added it.
the word no evidence is a strong qualifier, and then the parenthetical statement is the size there. So that's why the reaction to that is there's some evidence that in some cases, in some situations, in some sizes, that this may occur. So how do you characterize that with the strong no evidence at the start of the sentence without restructuring and having a whole new thing? So I'm fine with whatever the group thinks. Does that make sense, what I just said?
You could take out,
Yeah.
so are you saying take out the no and just say the task force found evidence that large district targets are unlikely to reliably reduce costs or improve outcomes? Which is a little bit more qualified. Is that what you're saying?
I think however it's worded, I don't want to, I mean, for me, I get it's like a grown toenail doing group, I told you. So, but for me, I'm fine with someone else, but the spirit of it to me is that in this particular circumstance, there's not evidence, but in some cases, there is some evidence. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
We're trying to avoid being overly simplistic about a research base that is very, very nuanced.
Right.
And I guess
I was just gonna tag along on what Jen said. When I saw the word no, I was thinking, well, we go on at some length talking about how for very, very small districts, there are efficiencies. And so, yeah, I agree with whatever the group wants to do to fix that. Whether it's just saying, while the task force.
Would it help to change no to little?
no, I like,
Okay.
I think I would say that for me, that, oh, go ahead.
Can I make a recommendation? We just highlight this and then someone work on it and come back
Yeah.
to it, because
Yeah.
otherwise we're going to be,
Why doesn't somebody work on it at lunch so people have
Yeah.
a chance to
Perfect.
discuss?
and then come
Yeah.
back, because I think people understand the general sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
But
we can all work this together.
And the problem is the more we write, the more you have to write. Like that's the problem.
Right, just keep it simple.
Because there's,
Okay.
yeah.
So someone's gonna work on this over lunch. Does somebody want to volunteer to do that?
I'm happy to work with someone on
Okay,
it.
Kim and
I'm happy to help. And Jen, I think you should be there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
too.
Kim, Jen, Rebecca. This is on page 12.
ahead, Jane.
Unless we said something to the effect that the task force found no evidence to support large district size targets of 4,000 to 8,000.
I think they just volunteered to work on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is when you're at 4,000, yeah, there's no research for 4,000 to 8,000.
All right.
It's
Okay.
when you start getting into the smaller stuff
Okay,
that it's
The
very.
tension on this is what was mandated in the language at 73 and the research. This is a whole bunch of stuff. This is pretty specific.
Yeah,
So if
Exactly.
we're going to work on it at lunch, we'll do a great job, I'm sure.
Okay. Let's go,
Yeah.
let's do, a couple more easy things. We haven't even gotten to the hard stuff yet. And we only just have a few more minutes, so we're gonna have to talk about how to address some of the things we don't get to. But let's keep going here. On page 13, number 3, there were a couple of suggestions for 2 additions. How do people feel about these suggested additions?
We thought first one fit under CSAs and not where it is. So I'm not sure why it got added to comprehensive regional high school.
I had that same question, because the comment was put in regional, but I said, does it belong in the top?
Yep.
In number 1 instead of number 3.
Is everyone good with moving that to number 1?
I think the only reason in Vermont, comprehensive has a very specific meaning,
Mhm.
which implies access to career readiness.
Yeah.
So I think I hear you, and if it just said regional high schools, I'd be fine. But I think the whole point of comprehensive is we're saying that we identified in the CTE map some regions that are underserved. And if we really want to have access to CTE, we're going to have to figure out a way to push, we were talking about the hub and spoke model to actually and do what other states do, where you create and push to high schools some of that career programming.
Yeah.
How important is it where it goes? If it goes under 1 or 3?
For me, I don't like the circularity of, we have a bullet that is the regional high schools, and we have a bullet that is the cooperative education services. And when we were looping one back to the other, unless we intend to do that, I don't want to do that, right? So I don't want to just get thrown in at the end and then it becomes a loop.
The reason
to
it
be
comes
really
up, and this is laid out in the
intentional.
comprehensive plan, is that these work together. You actually can't have comprehensive high schools in rural areas unless you've got a regional cooperative services model. You have to have both.
We did
then I
make,
think we need to say it differently.
we did use the word can as opposed to shall
Right.
or will.
That
We,
was
that
the
was on,
editor.
yeah, that was the editor. I'm the opposite. I like to see, I have no problem with seeing these as, instead of like 3 separate buckets, 3 proposals that work together in concert to provide better services, more access.
This is a question, I think, since the comprehensive regional high schools are in the iteration further down the 10-year plan, but the opportunity to distribute tech packaging through a CISA is an early opportunity to achieve increased capacity and opportunity for career and tech ed. If people are looking at it in that iterative way, maybe we need to have it addressed sooner in those buckets.
I mean, I'm fine moving it up. I just want
Yeah.
people to be aware that comprehensive has
So
a lot of these words have very specific
we didn't define
definition.
comprehensive high school, and we need to.
or not.
So if you.
No, we do need to in the definition.
If it moves up, then the whole part about comprehensive high schools needs to be taken out. It just needs to say that.
Oh, yeah.
Additional
Access to, yeah, I love that.
Career and readiness program can come through CSAs.
Except the point is we're pushing it, except that just speaks to potentially CISA management of the career and tech centers. I think what we're saying is if you want people to have genuine expanded access to CTE, there has to be some way to push some of that capability earlier and also into places that don't currently have it. So it's about pushing.
Maybe it's 2 different bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the CISA reflection of How did we
Maybe
describe
additional
it?
access to career-ready programming in high schools and middle schools can come through CISA.
Yeah,
But you have to, the point is that they're cooking centrally something that can be moved, like what they do in some places is they create kits, like mobile kits that
Yeah.
can be delivered and a curriculum that goes with it. So that if you think about it from the CTE's point of view, if it's consistent, then if different high schools are doing pre-tech the same way,
Yeah.
when they get to that tech center, they've had consistent background and
Agreed.
preparation.
Okay, does that work for people? We're gonna accept this one. We're going to reject. And then I'm going to take this one out. And then one more thing here is this last bullet here about recognizes the need for strategic investment of school construction aid.
I think that's a great thing. I think it's a reality.
Yep.
Okay.
I also think that I know we just deleted that bullet, but maybe there we want to say increases access to robust career and tech programming in comprehensive regional high schools. I don't think we want to lose that thread that we just deleted, framed in the way you described it, Rebecca, that
It's in the other bullets, I think.
It's up above. It says additional access to career-ready programming in high schools and middle schools.
Right.
This, he says.
And that's early, but comprehensive regional high schools will make.
First and second.
The first bullet.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, talks about that.
Okay,
That's
sorry.
Career and tech. I think it's
Okay,
covered now.
this we're
Thank you.
accepting. Okay, so let's see. I think we had just one more in the No, we have a couple. Required consolidation rather than coercion. Was everybody okay with that change?
Last paragraph. Move down a little bit.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Keep going. Bottom of the next page.
Oh,
There, oh, yes, that's right.
okay. Required consolidation rather than coercion.
Yeah, don't use the word coercion.
Okay, and then you added citations to say that that's also part of what's in the appendix. Okay, so we have spent all the time that we set aside for this part. So now we have left aside some of the questions, so we can keep going maybe for 10 minutes and give ourselves less time for the next session. Or how would you want to handle how we're going to deal with not getting through all of this?
I think we should.
To me, this feels really important.
I think
this
we
is
should take a shorter lunch. I think we have to work through this.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let's go 10 more minutes
Mhm.
on this section and see how we can. That's far we can get. Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. So let's go to let's take a deep breath. Okay. So a question from Edie. How are we noting where the research can be found?
Could footnote it.
Yeah, we talked about doing
We need to footnote it anyway.
one of two things. One is every time a statement is said, footnoting it. We also talked about a disclaimer at the beginning saying all of this is cited in section A6, appendix QR. And then the third one was instead of footnoting after each one, parentheses, which with a hot link to where it is. So those are three options. And I think there's technology that could do that.
The problem is some of this will be paper because a lot of people print still.
Oh, so that the hot link
Yeah,
wouldn't
the
work.
hot links. I
Right.
mean, that's why I think
Yeah,
you were talking, we had to go through because it's
Right,
all hot
right,
linked, but if we
right.
don't put it in as a footnote, people who print will never see the citation.
Yeah.
Can there be two different versions? Because hot links.
So, and I don't
You
think
can
we
leave
need
the
to
hot link
spend,
in.
I don't
Okay,
think
we're
we
gonna
need to
come back
spend
to
much
that.
time on this. I
That's
think
an
that
end of
who's
the
ever
day thing.
editing, they can just
Okay.
figure that out, whichever works. But I do
Okay.
think I don't know if everyone agrees that if there's a statement, that it needs to be cited so that people aren't like, oh, well, I could say something like that.
No, I think that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we will, we're gonna, if we have time, we'll circle back at the end of the day, or we'll make that decision, but statements of fact will be cited. Okay. The next question, Edie's asking, okay, for mergers involving tuitioning districts, which make up 60% of districts under 500 students, the task force found significant public concern and complex implications for cost equity and local school viability. And Edie is asking And you're saying, Edie, you're working to get data on the population of these towns to see how to denote this. So this is another citation.
So the
thing.
Yeah, I'm working with John as we speak,
Okay.
Adams. So the comment was brought up in our group that these tuitioning districts tend to be more rural. And I always go back to our whole state is rural. So what does more rural mean and how do we contextualize this? Because, so I'm just asking John to give me population size of the tuitioning towns so that we can figure out what the
We
data
have
is.
Already, we can give it to you. They already gave it to us.
Oh, you have.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we
Great.
did. And what we also did was a correlation between
So how
the
would you,
likelihood that you operated and your poverty ratio. The poverty ratios were provided by JFO. So we were trying to get a demographic.
that, how would you indicate rurality in this sentence, or is it not applicable?
Well, I think that, I guess it goes back to what question you're trying to answer. What do you want to know about tuition towns?
Yeah.
On
So-
average, if you use the JFO's poverty ratios, they are slightly wealthier than towns that operate.
Okay, but
If in that small basket.
yep,
That's my point. It just is what question you're trying to
Mhm.
answer.
I think the question that's open is, are they tuitioning because they have the district size, or are they tuitioning because of the population density of the area?
I think it depends because, I mean, it's a choice, right? Like in the 70s when they were handing out construction aid, Addison County built Union High Schools all up and down Addison County. Other places didn't, and they're still small. They haven't merged and they're still tuitioning. It's just two different strategies. And, this brings up, I think one thing that's missing is the statement or the explanation of the history of tuitioning that Beth St. James wrote. And in many regions, tuitioning was about access. It was about making sure that kids had a high school that they could go to. And I think that's a really important issue because we have to make sure kids still have access to a high school within reasonable commute time.
so let's put this one.
I was
Go ahead.
just going to ask.
The parking lot.
Yeah, let's get a
Okay.
parking lot it, but if you have a question, then we can
Well,
go there.
I'm trying to figure out what the additional data request is about because do we have a citation for the fact that's highlighted, which is 60% of the districts under 500 students are tuitioning? We have a data source for that, right? That's a fact.
Yeah, we
So what's the
figured out
question?
there's 73 of them, and 60% of the 73 are towns that tuition at some or all level.
Right.
And I'm just
So
not
I guess
sure
I was
what
trying to
we're-
figure out what's the
So
question.
the question, the question that came up in our group is there a connection to rurality and tuitioning? And if there isn't, right, I mean, and if there isn't, then there's nothing to add there. If there is, then maybe we bolster that differently. And if it means that we say wealthier and more rural, we may do that as well, right? So let's talk about that. Let's parking lot that and figure out if there's another way to caveat that information.
So I guess we can look at that. It would be helpful to know what people are trying to know, because I also think there's huge differences between, say, St. Johnsbury and the southern tier. I think that there's just different sets of questions that come up. And I think what people have taken is a different historical path, and then more recently, a different path based on, all kinds of things. Yeah.
And I guess I will say the end of the sentence for me wasn't judging rurality or otherwise. It's identifying, we heard tremendous public concern. The complex implications for forcing mergers in that area involved issues of cost, equitable access, and local school viability. Like,
We already.
those are just things. Like, okay, so
Right.
I was trying to figure out why we are needing to unpack it further.
But the reason I'm pushing is there's something that people want answered here.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you do, then you have to be really specific about what it is you're trying to understand. I mean, we know that some of our elementary schools close because of the cost of secondary too, and you become non-viable. So there's a whole bunch of stuff here that people could talk about. And, in some places of the state, people tuition, but they actually don't have choice too. So I think it's a pretty complex story.
Okay, let's put that in the parking lot, but let's keep going. The next question here we've already addressed. We're going to be citing things, and we're going to decide that a little bit later. And this also is something down here that we are going to just fix a little bit later. Okay, let's go down here. There's a recommendation to delete this.
Where are you?
Sorry. I am on the middle of page 13 under strategic voluntary mergers. And there's a suggestion that the last bullet should merely say preservation of local voice and identity and not have this qualifier. Are people good with deleting the last part of that sentence?
I think that
I can explain why. Local voice and identity is, it's Vermont. It's like whether a town chooses to merge or not, we want them to be able to preserve their local voice and identity. So we don't want to focus on don't merge if you want to preserve your local voice and identity,
Right.
because
I think
they are completely irrelevant.
right.
Agreed.
I mean, I think paradoxically, one of the bigger risks is if you lose your school because you aren't big enough, you actually lose voice and identity and control too.
Yep.
So is everyone okay with taking out this qualifier here?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then the next comment here.
I think we sort
Did we already did that. We already
Yeah.
worked with this. Okay. Okay.
you can ditch this one too.
Okay, let's keep going. Now we're on page 14, the middle of the phase. Again, this is Kim saying a link to research. Okay, guess what? We just did it.
Good job.
Good job. Okay. So now, Mon, if you could put up the slide, slide 7. So the next task for the group, and now we have a half hour, but we could take 45 minutes and have a half hour for lunch, is to do the same process with the appendices. So there are 5 appendices. The Appendix E is the major technical proposal, so we're not talking about looking at that. But there's Appendix A is the definitions, B, the summary of public input, C, cost drivers in education, and D, implementation risks and best practices. So I have a question for the group. You can all decide which of these you want to review, or we can split them up and have each group review one and then come back with suggestions for the full group. What would people prefer?
Well, are all of them controversial? I don't know.
Can you,
We can split them up, Sue, and then
session 2.
if groups finish early, they can keep moving on to the next one. That's kind of what we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't we have some people move from the bottom and some from the top? That way we can merge in the middle.
Yep.
Okay. So is there any group that's really excited to take on definitions?
Oh,
sorry. Just assign
there are 5 appendices.
There are 5, but we're not gonna work with Appendix E. That's the almost 200-page very technical.
Okay.
So there's 4. One thing I would say is the summary of public input, that was kind of our work. And so I don't know how much you all want to or need to
That's true.
work with that.
This group is Wendy in, by the way. She's asking me. Okay.
Oh,
She's in our group.
Yeah.
She's in our group. Is she?
She's trying to participate, but I'm going to tell her to email you guys. She has a request. I'm going to tell her to email.
So we did also agree. We also reviewed as a committee the summary of public input at our last meeting, and none of that has changed. So I think if folks
Is
are,
everybody okay taking that one off the table for the committee's review, the summary of public
Yes,
input?
you did a
So
fabulous
that
job.
just leaves us 3 to do.
Yeah.
And you said that that hasn't changed, but there's been input since that was written between then and,
There
today.
has, but we have themed all the input and there's no new themes that have come out. So
Okay.
it's all the themes that we identified are holding up. Given the new public comment, we themed all of that and then compared it to the themes that we'd already identified. So there's no change in that, except the only thing that's changed is numbers. How many people have submitted public comment?
Mhm.
That's changed, but that's it.
Will you update that between now and December 1st?
We did continue to update.
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thanks.
I don't see any comments from any of us who were in the document.
Okay.
So are we saying if we have 3 groups and 3 appendices to look at, we each pick one, do it, get back together?
Yeah.
Might not take 45 minutes then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
We'll just do that first and I'll say mine.
Okay. A, C, and D. So who, is there a group that wants to take on one of these?
also not thinking that definition is gonna be a heavy lift since it has.
Like I said, if you finish, look at the other.
We can do C. Group C can do C.
Okay.
We were discussing those.
We'll start with that.
Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. And then the appendix B.
I guess that's group B.
Okay.
All right, awesome.
Okay. So again, just
Got it.
take a minute to look at it, jot down your own thoughts, look in the document, and then come back with some.
Okay.
Wendy's self. Okay.
Sad will need an explanation for that.
I'm gonna write in a comment that says not to need more work. We can work with her after.
Started in, if you could go to the report, Maud, that would be awesome on page 23.
I think we were volunteered to do the longest section. Sorry. The longest appendix. I did.
Okay, so we're going to try to get through this one quickly so we can get to lunch. And so we're in the appendices, which is on page 23 of the report. And we're going to start with the definitions. And I think Kim and Dave and Jen were working on this section. So we'll do the same process as before. We're just going to look at the word recommendations and then we'll go back and address the question. So at the bottom of page 23, this is a definition of school district, and the recommendation is to take out the clause, the district is large enough. So the sentence would read, this is a long sentence. Key characteristics of school districts include one publicly elected governing board with proportional representation, one district-wide budget approved by the electorate, boundaries that may include one or more towns, and support services typically provided by a supervisory union unless the district operates as its own supervisory district.
I agree.
We're good with that? Awesome. And then there's a suggestion under supervisory union to take out the word independent and just say a supervisory union is a collaborative administrative and educational service entity made up of multiple school districts.
Great.
Okay, great. And then comprehensive high school. Kim, tell us about this one.
So we didn't get to find it in statute, but I think we should have a definition of comprehensive high school. And I think it references inclusion of career and technical education. All I'm finding right now is it's got to be here somewhere, right?
So we won't work on the definition, but let's see, do people agree that they would like a definition of comprehensive high school in the definition section?
I think if it's statutorily defined, we
Yeah.
should put it in there. If it's not, I don't think we should.
I agree with Jen.
Are people in agreement about that?
Yeah.
So
What
I'm
we're
gonna
using
put-
is that there's a common understanding when we're talking about comprehensive regional high schools, what that means, as opposed to just geographically being available. It is inclusive of the expectation of career and tech services, right? Or
Well, actually, it's interesting because I would say that there's misalignment. I mean, I don't think this, I think the state board rules and the statute may use the terms in different ways.
I wouldn't be surprised. That being said, what do we mean in this document?
I think maybe we need,
That does.
I think maybe we just need to, when we talk about the regional high schools, we need to talk about what we think they need to do. Be specific to that.
That would be fine. We're using, and you had said earlier, Rebecca, that comprehensive regional high school means something. It's like specific to be
It is
inclusive.
defined in statute.
Did you find it?
Public or independent school other than a career technical center that provides
Yeah.
secondary career technical education approved under
That's-
section 1533 of this title.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
You-
there.
That's-
Drop
that's
that.
the
I'm gonna
definition.
drop it.
That's
I'll
the
do it.
I've been working
Done.
with.
Next.
Can
We'll do
you,
it.
Put it in the Wikipedia.
Okay.
that's 16 BSA what?
Martine's gonna drop that in.
Thank you.
That.
16
you.
BSA
That-
1521, chapter 37.
Okay, so while Martine is working on dropping that in, let's keep going. So we're down to student-specific arrangements. This is near the bottom of page 24. And the original language, districts that operate schools may approve tuition payments, and the suggested change is school district boards that operate schools may approve tuition payment for individual students.
It's statutorily, it relies
On the
that's the
board.
board.
I think that's right.
Okay, so that's a correction that we'll accept.
And we flagged private school, independent school. Independent school is the vernacular, the language that's used in regulation.
Yes.
Private school, I couldn't find anywhere,
We don't.
so I think it doesn't, we don't need both.
It got taken out in 1991.
Yeah.
The language.
Okay, so
Any reference to.
we're now towards the top of page 23, and the recommendation is to take out the private school reference and
Yes.
just have school, public school, and independent schools. Everybody good with that?
Except independent school, does it have, what about tuition? Does it have to say approved independent school?
Yeah, I've got issues with that. I don't,
How do we want
Yeah,
to
and
do it?
also
'Cause,
this
like,
whole rather than tax or church funds and then
where's the
and
quote?
quotes.
Where's it from?
I feel like that we need to look that up, the statute, and put the correct statutory definition in there.
I mean, are they talking about approved independent schools that are eligible to receive public tuition?
So maybe we should just use the definition in statute of an independent school that is approved to take tuition. Is that what you're saying, Scott? I think I just restated.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, I mean, if, I would just say an approved independent school of this, it's which receives public and non-public revenue. I mean, all this stuff is.
Yeah.
Emily
They don't all
Simmons
have
gave us,
definites, I mean, yeah,
Emily Simmons gave us good definitions last meeting.
yeah.
Is it in there?
So should we just use that one? Because hers probably came out of statute.
There's a statute definition.
Yeah.
And I
For
do
sure.
think that. at the
And it's not
beginning-
in regulation. I looked back and it just references sections of the 2200 series rules. Independent schools eligible to receive or whatever, approved independent schools are defined in the regulation as one of the definitions, and it just points you to the sections of the rules that they must comply with to be eligible to receive public tuition. It would not be helpful for this purpose.
Okay.
I
Go
think
ahead,
the
Jen, maybe
purpose
she
of this
did good.
appendices is people who are reading the report, oh, what's a public school? What's an independent school? Boom. And so it needs to be succinct. And then if you turn and go to the other section, it says types of school choice. And that's where it talks about students to attend either a public or approved independent school. So it speaks to the tuitioning part there. I think this part, this should just speak, here's what a public school is, here's what an independent school is.
So you don't want the word approved in there then?
So just keep it simple and you get more into the details later on.
I don't know what others.
Well, only because there are independent schools in Vermont that don't receive public tuition, but we track them for
Yeah.
attendance purposes.
Uh-huh.
So maybe this doesn't need to say approved independent school here. Because this isn't referencing whether or not they're receiving public tuition, it's just what type of school it is.
Would people be
Could it
amenable?
just be another, like under independent school, could we have approved independent school just as another entry? And also while I'm on this, when under school, the very first one, school is either public or private, but here we are defining independent schools and we eliminated private.
Because we don't use that term
I think
in
we should
Vermont
take
statute.
put the word independent above the first definition.
Yeah, we get taken to task, I think, and a lot of some of the public comment about that too.
Okay, I'm sorry, it got a little lost. Tell me your specific recommendations.
We say under school that a school is either public or private, but then we're going to enumerate independent schools.
I want to get rid of private.
Yeah, I mean, I think
The whole
the whole
reference to it.
report, it references public schools and it references approved independent schools. The group of schools that are private, that they're not part of this public education system at all, are not even part of the conversation. I would say what we need to define is public school and approved independent schools.
Okay.
I agree, I wouldn't define private schools.
So under school.
But that's different because you just said the only two definitions we need are public schools or approved independent schools because we're ignoring the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, we're not the rest of this document, I don't think we're talking about private schools that can't take public tuition. I don't think they're
So-
part of the conversation, are they? I mean, maybe I'm missing something there.
We said for the purposes of the redistricting process, we should agree upon what schools are part of the redistricting process.
I think
Yeah,
that's what Scott's
Agreed.
saying.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
what Scott's saying is
Yeah.
the only definitions we need are schools that will be potentially affected as part of redistricting,
Yeah.
which is approved independent schools
Opposed.
and public schools.
So just put the word approved in front of the independent school in that first definition by school and then in the title up top. And then we can look up and put the actual, just put the statutory definition from Emily's
report last week.
Yeah, she didn't define.
That she
it, so
didn't,
we'll
I
have
just-
to
yeah.
check out.
I also think we
We
could
can give her that.
there say,
Public school approved independent school and you're taking out private school. Are people okay with that?
Well, I think that definition, right? The private nonprofit organization is supported primarily by tuition, charitable giving. Okay.
Should we take that second
No,
sentence?
you can leave that because that is technically accurate. They are supported by tuition, charitable giving, and endowment. And tuition can be either private pay or public pay.
Okay, so we're gonna get,
I think the definition needs to be, the state.
It's whatever it
Is that the technical definition?
Yeah.
We need more work.
I don't know if every approved independent school even has an endowment,
What?
has an endowment.
It doesn't mean they have all of them, it just
Right.
means that
Yeah.
these are ways that they can fund.
So it should say or.
Or such as.
Again, I think this should be the technical definition.
Yeah, whatever.
I think what we're saying is that may not be as easy as that.
Oh, okay.
Because the state board rules
go.
define it in terms of like 3 pages of things that they have to do.
Okay.
So it's not
and
like they're
also we
like,
want, this is to help people understand this too. I just
Right.
want to be careful. We don't want to get so technical that people, if the purpose of the definition is to help people reading the report understand what they're reading, then I think we want to try to avoid something that's so technical that's going to be a barrier for people to understand what it is they're trying to.
just, you don't want to get into the definition of school districts because they're also independent school districts, MUDs, unified
There's
union.
union.
It gets really.
Would somebody volunteer to work on this a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitions as we speak.
and 16 VSA 166, right?
Okay. And Kim, you're going to work on this and make it user friendly, I'm putting. Okay. So that's that. Let's continue on here. And then we're going to add, where did we land on the comprehensive high school? Did we land on that we're going to
We
also
found a definition.
got a definition? Okay, great. So I think we've done the definitions. Is everybody okay with that?
There's one other, and I hate to
Yeah.
split hairs, but on the interstate school district, it reads as though, in the second sentence, they operate under interstate compacts enacted by both and are financed as Vermont schools. Only the Vermont portion of them.
Well, and also,
I mean,
actually Rivendell operates under Vermont rules and Dresden operates under New Hampshire rules.
right, but the school in Orford, the New Hampshire kids don't, Vermont taxes don't pay for the New Hampshire.
Yeah, that's
kids.
true.
So I just want that to be clear that if it's an interstate district,
I think that's right.
only the portion of the district in Vermont is paid for by Vermont.
Is that correct now?
What if we,
I just think we're getting,
I think,
Yeah.
I think
take
you're-
after and.
I would just take
like,
that the rest
take the
out.
word Congress is period.
I agree
And the
with
rest
that,
comes
because you're
up.
getting
Good.
yourself,
Thank
you're
you.
getting
Yeah.
yourself into.
Thank you.
errors.
Yeah.
Period, and then get rid of the rest.
Got it.
I just didn't want
Excellent.
people to think that people in Vermont were paying for New Hampshire.
But it also, you get into, I mean, this is the whole problem, or one of the numerous problems that we're gonna have if we shift to a foundation plan, is you actually can't impose state law on a federal entity.
Okay, let's keep going on. So the next appendix that people were reviewing, we've decided to skip the public input one. The next one was cost drivers and education. So I think Teen and Rebecca and Beth will. Okay,
There was a lot more to it than we thought.
okay.
We highlighted some sections that we're gonna have to come back to and keep working on, and I think maybe what makes sense is to explain some of the rationale. Does that make sense? So what we do?
We're on
30, I
page
think.
31. And
So in healthcare, you wanna explain what we did?
Was it the second bullet point under key
Oh.
data points? That our
Um,
first
I'm
change?
trying to, well, mostly, I guess we're mostly done. We just need to,
We have the word.
we need
we have
to
the word
fix that.
district.
Somebody took out, we need to fix the table because there's an editing
Right.
error. And I left the 0 off, and it is ed spending, it's not education fund spending.
okay, so are people good with the word district being added here?
So
Okay, and then this table is going to be, you
We-
flagged this.
Thank you, careful readers.
Okay. So,
And then
That's all we had under healthcare changes.
Okay,
construction and maintenance, we just pointed out that it was PCB and other environmental contamination. We know that there's been a bunch of buildings with mold issues, asbestos, some other stuff. So it's not just PCBs.
Just real quick, back to one in that table,
Which one?
the one on the left.
Yep.
So, I mean, so in that, is it education fund spending in billions? Is that what we're talking about?
That's what I was saying. It should be education spending. It's wrong in the notes. It's right in the
Envelopes and so
column.
on.
So education spending is referred to education fund spending.
Yeah, the
Okay.
notes
All
are
right.
supposed to direct people to where it came
Okay.
from. It came from the web report, but it is education spending, which is a subset of total education spending because it's of the total ed fund, because the ed fund pays for things that are not education spending.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
All
the
right.
fund basically needs to come out.
It just, we need to pull that out of the notes and I will do that.
okay. And now we're
That's a
at the,
good catch.
okay, great, thank you. We're at the top of page 32. And you're saying that you wanted to be more inclusive, not just PCB and contamination, but other things. Are people good with that change? Okay.
And then we broke up the sentence just because it was more readable.
Yep.
I think those are the major changes there. The rest is just.
Yep.
And then
Okay.
we really struggled on student support
We wordsmithed it so much that,
that we need to take a deep breath.
Okay.
But do you want to explain?
in number 3, we moved special education to the end of the sentence instead of the beginning of the sentence, so that
The focus maybe was on lots of other things that are happening besides special education.
I think there's a concern that if you just talk about special education, it may be a misdirection, that what we're concerned about is perhaps more to do with implementation of 173. And it's not that our students are suddenly much worse off than they were, but we've changed the eligibility criteria and we did not implement the practice shifts that were supposed to take place in parallel with the funding change. And so what we've seen is a increase in the number of students being identified, which is a predictable result of the way we changed our criteria. And the increase in number of special educators, it's really, if you have more students who need IEPs, you need to hire more special educators. I mean, that's just how it works. And then in addition to that, if we aren't doing the instructional shifts, what we're seeing is a shift, and this ties to the support staff, but it's not necessarily about the kids. It's about the way we're supporting students with disabilities. We're putting in fewer paras, but many more higher paid sort of support staff instead of some of the direct instruction. So needing to really be careful in the language here so that we're not pointing fingers at kids with disabilities. We're talking about the fact that we have an unimplemented shift in how we support students with disabilities that we need to pay attention to.
So that whole paragraph needs work.
And we're not going to do it here, but if
We
people
didn't
are
get-
comfortable with that general intent, we're going to hand it
We have
off
to go back to,
and we're going to let Beth write it.
we did not agree to that.
Are you all okay with that concept? Okay. So,
And then with that, we also, in that section, I think there is also data that we can cite that, when we looked at the results of the F-33 and it's in an appendix in another section, Vermont spends something like $2,000 more on support services than neighboring states. I think there is a reality, and it may have to do with our rurality, that we spend a lot more on social services through school budgets that in other states may be picked up in other state budgets.
Right.
Because we choose to do things through schools and pay for them through schools, but other states may fund them out of their general fund.
it's how it's, would be
It's how
where
it's
it's being funded from.
okay. So you all are going to work on that.
That needs
Yeah.
work.
Okay. Then the next thing is there's a suggestion to delete.
We moved it to
You
transportation
moved it to transportation. Okay. So I'm going to just
That's
accept
another-
this. You
because
just
we
moved something
figured
around.
we'd have the support services and we'd move anything related to transportation into
Got it.
transportation.
Okay. Let's keep going.
And then pretty much we sort of ran out of time.
Okay, so I'm going to accept this because this was a move, not something new.
We did not get to section 5.
Okay, duplication.
Run out of the lunch.
We're never having lunch.
We already want to do a work.
Yeah.
I think we're all going to do a working lunch, but we're going to have multiple working things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. So rewrite number 5. And who wants to be involved with that? Martine, sure, you would help with that. Okay, let's keep going here. We're almost, I think we're getting close. The last thing is Appendix D, the implementation risks and best practices. So this is page 38.
We also ran out of time, and I'll just give you an overview of where we were with this. The 1 through 5 were statements with a sentence below them, and then 6 actually explained more about why it was a risk. And so we thought that it made more sense to explain why each one was risky in this situation rather than making an assumption that by just talking about what the concern is, that people would understand why that was an issue. So we started to write and then realized that it's going to take a little bit longer to write those. Or we were told 1 minute, and that was it.
Let's think about this a little bit. So the purpose of this, right, is you're trying to help your colleagues in the legislature be aware of what the research says about implementing these kinds of major policy change. Do you think that for this to be useful to them, it requires an explanation of each of these points? Or do you think just the general conceptual framework is going to be helpful to them? So I think the answer to that will help you decide whether it's worth it to do the work of explaining each of them.
I think this came out of the fact, I mean, when I look at us right now, just the sheer backlog of unimplemented and partially implemented initiatives and initiatives we've abandoned before implementing suggests that we're great at ideas. We're not so great at follow through and implementation. And there's really no point in a plan if it never gets done right. And any plan is better than no plan if it's done right. And so I think the question is just calling our attention to the fact that if you rush things and you don't pay attention to how it's actually going to get done, you're just creating cost, disruption, and I think frustration.
So I don't disagree with any of that. For me, it was more the formatting.
I totally agree on that.
And
so maybe we just
perhaps we change 6, and that makes it much simpler. And I think maybe I'm happy to think about that.
Or you could say use implementation science and cut everything except for 7, the last one too. I mean, I think, I don't think you need
But I hear what you said, Sue, and I think that makes sense to just understand why, and then we can work on this.
Okay. Yeah. And so it might be that you may just cut out the, I'm just going to cut it out as a suggestion so you can look at that and see if you want to do that explanatory paragraph.
And if you want more stuff, we did have more stuff. We cut a lot of stuff to try to make it shorter. I'm just going to say, so there is stuff already sous chef that we could throw at you if you wanted.
Yeah. And I think just thinking again, with your legislator hat on, what's going to be most useful.
Great.
Okay. The final thing before we break for lunch, Appendix E, we didn't have anybody look at this little paragraph of language, but Kim had she had a question about the last paragraph, which is a little bit of a disclaimer. This disclaim, so this is just Appendix E, this is just describing this huge proposal that's very lengthy and technical. And we thought it was important to name that this work was not the collective work of the task force. It was the work of a subcommittee that is very involved. And that the task force, you all worked collectively you voted for this proposal. You just worked on the summary together in the report, but we're just acknowledging that it's, you haven't all, I don't believe, gone through the 170 pages report with a fine tooth comb. And so this was a way to just acknowledge that the task force hasn't had the opportunity to discuss in detail that fully fleshed out proposal and kind of do the kind of work we're doing now with the rest of the report. That was the reason for it, Kim.
Just a question, since it was not a unanimous vote, should it say while the task force endorses or while the majority of the task force endorsed?
I read the rest of the sentence because I
Well-
think the task force does endorse that whole sentence.
Um,
Long sentence.
Yeah.
It's a long sentence.
And I know it's right before lunch and my blood sugar has dropped,
Okay.
so my brain
do
might.
people think we need this?
What's the purpose of this paragraph?
Yeah,
Is the purpose to say that we didn't have consensus?
For me, when I put it in there, it was just that it was less about like a formal consensus and more about transparency about what the task force was and was not able to actually work on together as a whole group. And if you think that we don't need that, we can take it right out.
Or what if you just made it slightly shorter and said the majority of the task force endorsed the overall direction framework of these things, but did not have time to build a consensus around the or whatever. I don't know.
Even the issue.
I whenever I'm in a voting body
About
and the
time.
majority votes yes, I
Yeah.
support that
Okay.
decision,
Yeah.
whether I'm a
Say-
yes or a no, because the process has been determined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So I like the idea that this is a working group and a task force, and this is what the collective group,
Yeah.
the decision that came to it,
Mhm.
but it's by no means, what it says. So
So
I'm
I
not
feel
sure.
like people are advocating for just taking this last paragraph out.
I would advocate for that.
And that's
To me, I
because
feel
you know
like
that-
it is,
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like it's compromising the position that we,
Is there anybody that objects to
the
that?
majority has moved
Okay.
forward.
We can
Done.
just take everything out that we don't.
We're gonna get rid of that. Awesome. So you all,
Sorry.
go ahead, Scott.
You kind of said it, but should we also just be upfront and say that this analysis has not been peer reviewed or,
Well, it's kind of a given, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, should you just let whoever, I mean, somebody's gonna pick up 170 pages or whatever it is and just let them know that this is not peer reviewed analysis.
Well, peer reviewed has a very specific technical term that I would say no legislative report has. Just to be blunt. I mean,
It's just not a legislative report.
yeah, or a task force report.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, it's not, of course, it's not peer reviewed is something that's three academics have blind reviewed and then given an opinion, and you've had to do revisions in response to blind reviews by 3 PhDs. We're not doing that here.
Just think you should let whoever the audience is that's reading know that then.
So I guess the thing I took, and I did read 170 pages, was that where you are citing data, that is peer-reviewed data. So that our proposal that we're forwarding hasn't been as a package peer-reviewed would have been impossible, nor should anybody have expected that. But when you all are citing data within the 170 pages, I thought that was well cited.
We did
And
actually get feedback from some professors who had experience
on
in
the
it.
package and the plan.
Yeah.
So,
Who read the whole proposal.
and I think that that was in there as well. You referenced, I think,
Mhm.
those opportunities.
Well, they gave us more research. They gave us papers.
And you're saying that in the proposal, you referenced that you worked with several people to,
We asked several people
Advice.
to give us advice on the paper, and actually some of the references were provided to us by people who did some of the research on consolidation.
okay.
I guess my point is that what you cited as research in the proposal
Mhm.
is peer-reviewed research, not the package, but that you were citing
And quality of,
quality evidence
That was
and
the effort.
data that
Yeah.
you brought
So
to
what
the
if it-
proposal.
what if you just said that this was not, the work of the entire task force, but this was work done by a subgroup to inform the recommendation or something like that? Does that address your concern? Because it's not.
No, I mean, I think it's not a concern I have. I just think that whoever's reading this, whenever they're reading this, should understand that like this is analysis that was done by 3 members of the task force. It's not been peer reviewed.
Well, I don't know what you mean by peer reviewed, Scott, because it's been it's been public through 3 meetings now, most of it. I mean, it was part of the BOCES stuff was in the first statewide plan, and it's come back twice since then. And, I don't want to diminish, I mean, multiple people at this table have written us and given us specific feedback to put in. So it does actually reflect the more input from more than 3 people at this table.
Maybe you can write that in there, that it has been informed by.
I guess the absence of the paragraph solves it for me.
Data and draw our own conclusions and then we can even follow up on them if we want to. We can, pull them and look at them closer. And I mean, I think that's what we do in the legislature. We could, get testimony if need be, but I don't know if that needs to be explicit. Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
I was just gonna say, I think peer review is the word that we're getting hung up on, because the peer review depends on who's creating the document. Peer review for a medical document would be different than one for something like this. And there's not a process for this kind of work being peer reviewed. But we could make some reference to the research. It's been so thoroughly cited, so anyone could check up and to see, like, are the conclusions we drew from the research that we used reasonable?
Yeah.
They can go in and make their own determination, but maybe we do highlight that and say,
It includes references to research and evidence, and readers are invited to go review that and make their own judgment.
Can I make a motion that we contemplate this over lunch?
Yes.
So I'll work on a sentence and, yes. So, let's give ourselves a half hour until 1. We were supposed to come back at 12:45, but I don't think that's realistic. So let's give ourselves until 1, and we'll come back and we'll keep doing our work. And I'm collecting what still needs to be addressed so we can not miss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
all right.
Everybody ready? Are in the second of today's lunch. We will to work on apparently now the body of the we left. So
Supporting this approach. Those are the main areas. So maybe whoever takes on the executive summary could also do the challenges piece. And maybe whoever takes on the data can also do the conclusion. It's very brief.
okay. Group C, you want to take on the executive summary and the challenges?
Sure.
Okay.
We're doing
That looks so excited.
I just remember what we volunteers were.
I know. Well,
Executive summary
keep
and
it moving.
challenges.
Yeah. And
Got
then
it.
I'm going to recommend Edie's group do how the task force approached its work.
Okay.
And then that leaves Kim's group to look at the data supporting the approach and the conclusion. And I do want to note one thing, if you wouldn't mind going to the report to page page 7. And this is Dave and Edie and Jay are going to work on this, but I just want to uplift this so you can all, if you have extra time, take a look. So the areas of deliberation and different learning perspectives, this is the original version. And Dave had some pretty significant recommendations for this part. And so what Dave and I did is we worked together with a little help from technology over lunch, and we have a revised version that's below that begins on page 8 so that you can compare the original version to the revised version. Okay. So I just wanted to uplift that for people. Okay, great.
Thank you.
And then let's have you all come back together at, we were going to do this until, I think we should give ourselves a little extra time with this. So why don't we come back together at 1:45?
That's what I was going to say.
Okay,
Great.
thanks.
Thank you. All right. Data support.
In there. Still, I don't know what it is, last jar.
Sue, would you like a few minutes or should we start? Here comes some folks.
Okay.
We are getting started. Welcome back.
Okay, here we go.
Maud, are we good?
I'm going to,
Yeah, great. Go ahead, Sue.
okay. So let's hope that we can get through this in about 15 or 20 minutes so we can do the next piece of our work. I want to start with some of the places that seem to have less edits so we can get through those and then move to the places where there's a little more conversation. So our starting place is going to be on the conclusion. There's just a couple of minor edits. Maybe, Kim, do you just want to read this with your edits and we'll see if it sounds okay.
The conclusion was page 24.
24.
So we thought the first sentence was or the second sentence too long. So we just broke it into two. That was a pretty quick, easy fix. And then at the last sentence says it offers, and it said originally a practical evidence-based foundation. We changed practical to actionable. It seemed more specific to what it does. It was.
Everyone okay with those changes?
Yep.
Accept those. Now we're going to go back up to page 5. This is a little bit of language around the challenges that Act 73 aims to address. And there's a suggestion, yes, if you can best talk through
Well,
that.
just that a lot of that wasn't specific to the task force charge, like the foundation formula and education quality standards. So we wondered if that should be part of this, or we should just stop once we mention what the task force was doing.
Was it quit while you're ahead strategy?
I mean, it's part of Act 73, but not part of our work.
I think for me that answered. I had put in the comments initially questions about that, so that resolves it for me. Removing it completely.
Is there anybody that's opposed?
Thank you.
Is there anyone that's opposed to taking that sentence out? Now we're going to move to the executive summary, which is on page 3 and 4. And again, let's do the the specific edits, and then we'll go back and see if there are questions or comments. So I think, well, I am going to combine this. Scott, I think you had recommended acknowledging some additional challenges, and so I think this last sentence in the first paragraph is kind of a nod to that. So,
Okay.
so this first paragraph, the addition is Vermont school buildings are the second oldest in the nation. In addition, Vermont funds services out of its public education fund that in other states are funded by non-education revenue resources. Are people okay with that change?
Is revenue and resources redundant?
It says
It's revenue
sources.
sources.
Good question.
Maud, I wonder, could you magnify this a little so it's just a little easier for people? Would that be helpful, Jen?
Could you just say non-education revenue?
I think the reason yes, you could. I think the reason it's there is because of the way legislators think in the money committees about money.
The sources, you mean?
I mean, yeah, it's uses and sources.
Is everyone okay with that change then?
Yes.
Appreciate the legislators.
And then Scott, I'll just invite you to look at your comment and see if that sentence did the trick for you, if you want us to come back to that.
Where are you referring to?
I'm on it's at the executive summary, the top of page 3.
Yeah, first paragraph.
Yes.
The Vermont, part of the Vermont school buildings.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So we're going to resolve your comment there. Okay. Then in the next paragraph, instead of saying large forced mergers, it says the task force did not find evidence that mergers of the scale contemplated in Act 73 would reliably lower cost. Are people okay with that change?
We've been saying the majority of the task force in different places. And this one says the task force. Doesn't matter.
I'd made the suggestion on another part about putting in the majority, and we took that part back out, I believe. We just left it as the task force.
I guess the question is, did we find any evidence that mergers of the scale contemplated in Act 73 would lower costs and improve outcomes?
I was asking about style.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking. I mean, we could disagree about reactions or like what to do about it, but did anybody see any evidence that merging everybody to 4,000, 8,000 would it lower costs or improve outcomes or expand equity?
So I think
it's a different point.
the big question is it okay for some places of the report to say the task force and for other places of the report to say the majority of the task force? Are you all okay with that?
But this is different because this is a statement of fact. Yeah.
I think Jen made the point that even if you're in the minority, you sort of acquiesce to the word task force, right? For you support the work of the task force, even though you're a dissenting voter.
If I'm on a school board and I vote and I vote yes, but the majority votes no, I support the answer no, even though that wasn't my vote.
Right.
And that when it says the school board, blah, 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 that's what I operate under when I see that wording.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So a few
Jay.
things, Jay, and then Rebecca.
I would just even simpler explanation to that, the task force, it wasn't that the majority of the task force did not find evidence. Nobody provided any evidence. So that's factually accurate.
That was my concern. This is not different than, this is different than we're proposing. My point is no one has been able to put evidence on the table that suggests doing this would actually make anything cheaper or more affordable. I think this is a statement of fact.
Okay. And so are people okay with taking out large forced? Because maybe that's redundant because it says after that.
I think it is.
Okay.
I think
Okay, we're gonna make that.
that contemplated in Act 73 is.
Okay. The next paragraph.
I think this was our group that made the change. And I think we just feel like getting out the sort of that language, which is a little bit loaded and talking about the purpose of the bill was better. Is that a fair way to capture?
I think so. I mean, I don't know that you need to say we acted with integrity.
I think we're
I'm hoping
presuming
that's a
integrity.
presumption that we
Are
are
people
trying to
okay
meet the
taking
goals.
that out?
Yeah.
So I'm good with taking out with integrity. I wonder if we want to meet the intent of Act 73.
We did wonder if we should say intent or goal.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Sure.
No, I'm fine with intent.
Sounds good.
Because they are not the same.
Yeah.
I think intent captures it
Mhm.
better.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. Now we're going down to the bottom of page 3. Again, I think the same group worked on this if you want to share your work.
It said just cost drivers, and we added the word education cost drivers, because again, it was more specific to this.
I think we want a little more workshopping on this section too. I think we just didn't have.
Well, maybe we can do it.
Yeah.
So we rewrote
I wanna-
it for you.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I think when we did this, we did not feel like we were ready.
Right, ready for
Yeah.
prime time.
Yeah.
Right.
The oversight guidance and funding is, and administration. So the administration of special education.
And that's what we were trying to get to that point, that it's not the student,
Yeah.
it's how we're managing the
administered.
costs
Yeah.
of special education
And the delivery.
and delivery, yeah.
So
And
the
it- and it-
And does
administration
that, and now
delivery.
is it okay?
You want and delivery?
Now,
Okay.
good.
This is a really minor point, but I think it would read better if you said special education administration instead of the administration and of.
General practice standard.
I actually.
Administration and delivery.
I had trouble with this one because it also ties to the agency capacity and implementation issue. We have an error in our funding formula that has not been corrected and that should have been corrected several years ago. And we also have, we didn't change practice. We treated Act 173 as a funding bill only. And if you do half of it, it's like trying to walk with one leg. So it's not just, this implies to me that our special education administrators are doing a bad job. We penalize districts sometimes for doing the right thing financially. That's a problem, and that's not something they can fix by themselves. So it's partly, I don't know if it's agency capacity or unsuccessful implementation, but I feel like I feel very strongly that we can't just pin this on districts, because so long as there's an error in the funding and how we administer it, and so long as we have not provided guidance and support, if everyone should have known the minute they changed those identification criteria and didn't do the instructional shifts, everyone should have known this is exactly what would happen.
So agency capacity is in there. I don't know if this is where you're going. Should we move that higher up?
No.
You want to go somewhere else?
Beth,
Go ahead, Beth.
Because this is again about cost drivers, it's that and delivery seems targeted as well. It's like, I would be happy if it just said special education administration and didn't say and delivery.
Maybe you just put state level and local level. That makes sense.
State and local,
Special education.
yeah.
But, well, the thing
Just
is, we
move it,
know,
yeah.
we knew what we were supposed to be doing. It just never happened.
Maybe if you make it a verb, not a noun, so the administration of
Administration and
Which is-
oversight,
I mean, what we had before.
does that
oversight?
apply state?
Administering.
Did we move that ahead of it though?
It has to be state, because it's all, I mean.
Right, the state administration and oversight of special education.
Gonna wordsmith it, go back to.
All right, we might have to parking lot this,
Okay,
That's what we included.
but
okay.
less is more.
The language.
I do think,
Yeah.
I think what Rebecca and Scott are saying about just saying special education, I understand there's a sensitivity, but you also want this to be readable, so.
But it has very different implications
Yeah.
for where, if you want to fix a problem, you need to know where
Okay.
you start.
Okay,
This has to.
we're gonna
start with
leave it
the-
this way,
Yeah.
administrative,
Districts
okay,
can't fix this on their own right now.
okay. Let's continue on. Okay, so that was I think we did what we needed to in terms of specific things. There's a few comments here.
Okay.
Scott, you had some concerns about, go ahead, Jay.
Could we just simplify that by just saying special education?
Okay, so.
For me.
We have heard from the field that it feels, they're very sensitive
Like
to
we're
be,
targeting action.
yes, yes.
Okay.
We're also, I mean, again, they didn't write the funding formula and they didn't write the rules for how it would be rolled
Right.
out. There's nothing they can do
But
about
they're
that.
feeling like we're targeting both educators and students when we just say special education, like it's your fault.
So we had, I don't know how many, but we had multiple state level directors of special education in a very short period through the implementation of it. There was no stable state level leadership. I don't fault individuals, but there was no state level leadership on special education for years.
Okay, I want us to move on then, and Scott, in this part of the document, you have a couple of concerns. Are there any that you want to raise? Have they been addressed?
I think I'm good.
You're good?
Yep.
Okay,
I think I'm.
okay,
Is it in
great.
this paragraph, or is it?
No, it's just some general reflections about the scope of work and things like that. And so I just want to make sure Scott has that opportunity. But if you're good, I'm going to resolve these, Scott, and we can move on.
So
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to resolve a couple of these so that we can move on? Okay, great. So the next thing we wanted to do was the data section. And let's see, where are we? The data section starts on page 15.
We resolve that other yellow point.
What was the last yellow point?
That one, just pass it. Not that one? This approach does not reject the goals.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. So let's go back to the executive summary. The very last line. Scott is questioning the line and Rebecca's saying, could we take it out? Could we just?
Or actually, the more I look at it now, I think I just want to be really clear. I feel like the purpose was to save money. I feel like we have a proposal. We've said mergers won't save money. I feel like we have a proposal that has a fighting chance of saving money. And I feel like we have a proposal that also will provide a lifeline to rural and isolated schools. And if we do mergers, reading the research from people like Mara Tikin and other people who study rural schools, we're going to lose a lot of our rural schools. So I think, I think we tried. I think to say that we aren't addressing the cost imperatives in Act 73 is I just have to say, I really think we're proposing a path to save money and we are strengthening our system. And I thought that was the intent of Act 73. And we did it in an evidence-based way. I just have to say that on the record, since it was said that we were rejecting it on the record.
So I would just change the word goals to intent again, because I think the intent of Act 73 is to save money and deliver better services. And that's been our focus all along.
Does that work?
And I love that,
Yeah,
because I think
I love that.
our goal and the goal of the
Yeah.
cooperative services is to save money
Mhm.
and strengthen services and support for communities so they can do better for kids.
Is everybody okay with that? Okay, great. Now, down to the data supporting this approach section on page 15.
Oh, yeah, we need to make some, did that image get updated?
Which one?
The table?
The table.
Yes, it should be up.
So the table is an image, so it's tricky to,
If you go back and
Back.
I'll see if it came in.
So if we go to Maud, we're on page 18 now, I believe. I think this is
yeah,
this is what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
that's it.
And it's been corrected.
No, wait, it isn't. Go up.
Mm-hmm.
again. No, that's not the old, that's the old one. So it didn't come in. No, that's the one that should be deleted.
It's in a couple of places in the document. It's in the appendix and it's also in the body. And so I think we want
I
to,
did put it in somewhere, but maybe. I
yeah,
put
so
it
it's
in-
probably in the appendix and we should
Cut and paste it. into
Okay,
the-
so
make sure it's,
I'll do it right now.
Yeah,
I'll do it right
okay.
now, because I did fix it. But
Okay.
This is not the fixed one.
okay.
I'll get it on page 18.
Okay, and then if we go down, is there a question about this particular chart on page 19 with yes,
Yeah.
what is the question about
So
that chart?
if you look at the print document and that slide, you can sort of see it. But if you could enlarge that, you can see on the print copy, you can't really see the other lines. And you look at it and you're like, okay, so there's one line. What are these other things? And if there's a way to make those other, yes, thank you.
Wait, say that again.
Sharpen it up. So those,
Gray line.
all those gray lines need to be just a little bit darker.
So we can ask Vermont Digger to do that service for us.
Is this a Vermont Digger?
Well, no, actually it's Kaiser. They published it.
Yeah,
They took Kaiser
Kaiser Permanente, yeah, that, yeah.
Washed out.
KFF. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can
Page
try
was
to work on
Page
that.
19 was
I'll
this?
try to figure that out.
And if not the end of the world, people may be looking at it
Okay,
online and it's easier to see.
okay,
And just after that graph,
yep,
Vermont continues to experience long-term enrollment decline intensified in rural areas as opposed to especially in the rural.
is everybody good with that? Okay,
I love the careful reading people are doing.
okay, and we're just scrolling right down to, I'm not seeing any, let's see.
It's just the graphs.
The graphs, and Kim had a couple of questions about the graphs.
The, on 2023, the year 2023, New Hampshire and Maine aren't showing up and we are on page 22.
There you go, that one right there.
That's because during the pandemic, this was pulled out of the F-33 And some states are now seriously behind in their submissions to the federal government. And I think it's impossible to get right now because the federal government is pulling down.
Can you just asterisk it or something to say
Yes.
data from New Hampshire not available?
Yes.
Yes, something
Yeah.
like that. Can tell if it was cut off or
Mhm.
unavailable.
Mhm.
Can you tell me what page that is?
That is 20.
Okay, great. Okay, we have one final section to look at, and that is the approach to the work section. And if it's okay with everybody, I think we could start with the second version and work from that. Was there anybody that looked at the second version and couldn't live with that as it started?
We all made changes.
I think you did.
Page 8.
It's on page,
Revised version.
page 8. Yes.
So, what happened is I got home from work last night and read it. And that's the part that stuck out to me because in 37 pages, there was 2 sentences devoted to the CTE model that was voted down 8-3 at the last meeting. So I thought, well, it must be somewhere else in here, the work we did and how we came to our map, a real map. And I couldn't find it. So then thought about it overnight, quite a bit overnight. At 6:30 this morning, I wrote what you see on the right side. And then at lunch, Sue helped considerably by, let's say, integrating that with the style and grammar of the report, which I'm fine with. Great.
So let's go through. So I'm just going to delete the original version if everyone's okay. Edie, you made a few changes, but then I think you went and that was again. Okay, so I'm deleting that. Okay, so now we're going to
Get the revised.
okay, and it's not going to say revised anymore. Okay, so let's go through this and Rebecca, a lot of people worked on this. This was a popular spot. So let's just try to see, Rebecca, tell us a little bit about the changes that your group is suggesting up here.
I was typing. So Kim, do you want to speak to this one?
I'm sorry.
We are on page.
I think
8.
people were trying to figure out.
I was trying to follow what happened. I think my comments probably went away with the old version, but so let me see where we are.
It's just a question on one different area of different opinions centered on whether the purpose of paying tuition is to give students access to schools or to support school choice. People felt like we were hearing different things and also seeing different things in statute. And that when we talk about what it was that people were struggling with, it was this difference. Because if the goal is to get people under more roofs, you need to be bringing students together. And if the goal is to give people choice, you're expanding the number of facilities that you have, your footprint.
So do people think this is a fair description of the different views that people brought to the table?
Not sure if the public would really understand that sentence. I think what you're saying is that it's to give a kid an opportunity to go to a school.
Mhm.
And others believe it's to give a kid to go to an opportunity to go to whatever school fits their choice. And I think I understand what you're trying to say. I'm just not sure that the public will get that from reading that sentence.
I'm not sure they will either, because it's kind of inside baseball.
It's inside baseball. I think the concern is, I'm just going to at least state, you can't have a 28 course buffet and pay $3. And if we want to have good schools for all kids, there's a finite number of schools that we can afford to have. And we have approved independent schools that serve 10 kids.
Right. But this is an area of differing perspective.
Right.
So
Right. That's what we're, right.
So I
We're
think-
not going to litigate this right
Yeah.
now. We're just going to try
that
to
was a
describe
different
this.
perspective.
Maybe if it said, I'm just trying to think of how the
Yeah.
person in the public's gonna
Mhm.
view this differing opinion. Maybe if it said paying tuition is to give every student access to a school or to support school choice.
I support that. I mean, that's what the statute
But-
says. The statute is around
Right.
access.
That cleans it up. Yep. A little.
school.
Yeah, so that actually makes more sense for the average person, I think.
Is it? Okay, great. So I'm gonna,
That is actually more in line with statute.
okay, so I'm accepting this.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, so then the next thing, they noted that access to public and approved independent schools, are people okay with taking out the word dependent and you're describing it as approved independent?
This was
schools?
in line with what Scott's
Okay.
saying. The others aren't
That's
part of
the
it.
language.
Okay, so we're doing that. And then there's another, this is a comment that Scott, that you put in at the end of this. Let's come back to the comment. Let's see if there's any other just changes in language and we'll come back to that. This is just, it looks like changing. This is a question too, Edie, that you had.
Are you on the second?
I'm on page 8. I'm on the 4th paragraph.
So we're skipping the one with all the yellow.
Yeah. And we're gonna skip
Are we
this
gonna go
one
back to
too.
it?
We're gonna go back. Let's just keep going to, okay, the last paragraph. There's a suggested change. Edie, do you want to just tell us what this is? and how you read it?
CTEs many don't have transportation systems, and so to list it as something that they have is not accurate. I would just take it out.
I agree. Thank you.
They, there are other things that but I think that one is glaring to me.
Okay, so we're just deleting this.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we're moving down to the paragraph that starts after extensive discussion. Again, Edie, this was your group if you want to describe what this work is.
Okay. I typed.
Where are we now?
After
Extensive discussion. This was the forced merger piece.
If you want, maybe Jay, you could just read it with the new language and then we'll see if it makes sense.
I can, so yeah.
Or I'll do it because I'm right here. After extensive discussion, the task force voted 8-3 not to advance the regional CTE model, citing concerns about access, unit size, and limited evidence that forced mergers would increase access, decrease cost, or improve quality.
You would explain that?
Sure. Or if people are okay with that language, we can accept it.
So unit size for me, I had commented on, I think in the original version, was not probably going to be commonly understood. I didn't think for people, I think I understood that to mean the wide range of districts as defined in that or whatever. I know we say unit because it's not SD or SU because they were both. I'm not sure what that means to the average person.
Are you saying district size?
Yeah, the defined CTE governance models, governing units in the map had a wide range of students being served, 900 or 800 to 22,000.
So increasing the range of district size.
Yeah. Well, unit size, we could leave unit size. I just don't know if that.
Was your concern range or the fact that there was a 23,000 student district?
Both. And there was also an 800 district with no high school and no CTE.
Is your concern that unit size is vague? So if it said governing unit size, does that
Sure.
clear up the vagueness?
Sure. We had several concerns around let's see how it fleshes out otherwise.
So you wanted to take out the word, Edie, you suggest deleting the word access.
Because we added it at the end, and so having it twice in the same sentence didn't make sense.
Where did we
If
have
we
it at
keep
the end?
If we keep that
Increase
change.
access.
Right.
Says would
Those would go
increase
together.
Mhm.
So citing concerns about governing unit size and limited evidence that forced mergers would increase access, decrease cost, or improve quality.
So if we accept this, we're going to get rid of the access.
Yep,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, I would just we thought that the phrase that's crossed out was just less direct and less understandable than phrasing it this way.
Okay. So I'm going to accept these and then you can all look at this and see if you think it works.
Go ahead,
Dave
Dave.
has his hand up.
One more on that paragraph, and you're not gonna like this.
Great.
It's okay.
There'll be 8 people here who are not gonna like this, but I think it's important to differentiate between the two models. The CTE was a map. The other proposal is a model. And I think language is important. We produced a map and it was not acceptable, but somewhere in this report, it ought to be clear about the difference between the two. Well, there are lots of differences. So I guess I'm the skunk at your garden party, but I really think,
Does it work if we add that in?
Well, what about the paragraph just above it, a regional governance map organized around CT Center? So number 1 at the very top of that.
Yeah, that would probably be.
Instead of using the word model, put
Instead
in
of
map.
Yes.
I would like to at least do that.
Okay, so I added map there, and then in that paragraph, I said not to advance the regional CTE model and map, or we could just say model. What would you
I
like?
would say map
Just say map.
again,
Map.
It's a map.
instead of model.
There we go. Okay, I think that worked out.
It's also supporters of the CTE based model in the third line down in that paragraph.
Change that to map as well to make it consistent. Okay.
Can I ask, I think you guys referenced a reason why we removed access.
Because we added it somewhere else. We didn't need to say it twice.
I think the
I
other,
was looking for it.
Third line down at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Learning over.
okay,
I think in another concern, I think it's important that this be represented here. So I thank you for taking the time to think about how to bring this in. That's important to capture the breadth of deliberation.
Well, you're welcome. I think that was it.
You showed up on time. And I think that's important. That counts. I would just, observe that one of my concerns was, when I think about the research I read on who consolidation impacts, I think it was also replicated. I mean, the biggest district was in the area of the state that serves the most diverse population in the state. And the other districts that were forced to consolidate were districts that serve many of our rural, higher poverty kids. And we were going to be putting that disruption disproportionately on them. And I think it's not just unit size, it's who's bearing the burden of the consolidation versus who's given a pass on consolidation. And I felt the CT map really gave a pass to some of the districts that didn't merge during Act 46. And it really pushed, if you think about that, Chittenden County, these are districts that are already at the intended size, almost 4,000. So we made all the districts of 4,000 merge to 23,000. And all the tuition districts that are tiny didn't really have that responsibility too. And so it just felt like it was disproportionately affecting different parts of the state based on prior decisions that
Are
they
you-
made.
I'm not gonna believe it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Let's
are you
move on.
sure we
Put that in
need to
there or
add
just-
that?
I'm not adding it. I'm just saying
Okay.
it's just there were
Right. Yep.
issues.
okay. Well, I just, so this is everything here, except let's go back up to the second paragraph and let's see what are some of these comments here.
I think we were taking our comments out. We just didn't get them all out.
Can I ask, just after the governing unit size, coming off of your comments, Rebecca, do we want to say disparity?
I think we can.
just.
Or leave it?
I think
we're good.
okay.
Is that going to mean anything to the governing unit size? Like, is that too big, too small?
Between
What's
public and
is the
yellow. They noted that access to public and approved independent schools. Do we really need?
Yeah, we don't need the comma there. And then there's an additional sentence at the end. So let's just see if that sentence works for people.
I mean, I do like the word buttress.
I think if I understand what you're saying, Scott, I think you're saying that both public and private schools, some of them benefit and some of them don't benefit from tuitioning. Some of them are buttressed by tuitioning and some of them aren't. I think was the point that it's not just that tuition dollars flow to both public schools and private schools.
Well, that's true. But no, I was just, referring back to the beginning of the paragraph was one area of differing opinion. And then, we have the sentence, they noted the access to public and approved, that it leaves rural public schools. And I was just The other side of that coin is that there are areas of the state where public tuition dollars are flowing
To public.
to public schools.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're benefiting from that.
Yeah.
Because those towns decided not to operate a high school.
Right.
So
Can
is
we
everyone
take out
good?
the word numerous?
I was,
Yeah.
About that too.
I was just trying to.
That's fine. I mean, yeah, if you want to take numerous out,
Okay,
that's fine.
so we're gonna accept this. And we're gonna, okay, and,
I think we were fine on.
I think examples where is a little awkward. Now that we took that other word, I think
oh,
To examples.
example.
Of public tuition dollars flowing to,
Instead of where?
and then flowing.
Of, yeah,
Flowing.
it's flowing. So, yeah.
Examples of public tuition dollars
flowing
flowing to public schools.
and bus trip.
But the same. But the same.
Okay, there we go. That's
great word.
Okay.
That's our SAT word for the whole
I will tell you, as
document.
an exercise, I have my kids write paragraphs and you cannot use the same word twice in the same paragraph.
Good, good, that's good.
So, I just want to acknowledge a huge milestone because we've just gone through this entire thing. And so that's really an accomplishment. And I have another document that we're going to look at for the next 10 minutes. And these are some action steps and decision points that we captured. So Maud's going to get us there. And I'm actually going to change.
Sue, I don't know if we resolved, and I don't know if it matters. Page 14, that bullet that was about research and mandated mergers of 4,000 to 8,000. I don't know if we want to resolve that now. We worked on it a little bit.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
specification reference. That's good.
Oh, no, the special ed reference I did flag again too, so we can figure out what that
Okay,
language.
page 14.
We just had 2 bullets that were talking
Oh, right.
about evidence in smaller scales under certain circumstances.
This one.
Yeah. Did
Yeah.
you-
So I did a little work on it,
Okay.
I think.
Okay, so let's, I spoke a little too soon, so we're at page 14. So Kim, why don't you describe to us what?
So I think Jay and I did this, and I
Okay.
hope I finished it, Jay, before we got up and moved around. Research suggests that mandated mergers of 4,000 to 8,000 ADM often fail to reduce costs, produce uneven outcomes, and can raise expenses during the transition period. That is language almost directly lifted from the proposal. And then evidence indicates higher transition costs and greater implementation risk compared to cooperative regional service models. There is some evidence in the research that consolidation of very small districts may achieve efficiencies under certain conditions. And then I think that Jay dropped in design principles. That's the research, maybe, right?
Well,
No, that's a different.
No.
section.
Oh, sorry.
Got messed
All
up.
right, then I think we were trying to find in the
We can,
the
one,
we can pull the research.
Bill pulled the research
It's
for it.
Duncombe and your research from 2010 and Andrews and Duncombe 2002. I did get as far as
You found
going
it.
to the source material and verify that it does, in fact.
There's
Yeah.
also the Arkansas study, which I mean, I can send.
Yeah, if you plug in those like
Okay,
But it
links.
allowed us to leave in bold the addressing the scale of 4,000 to 8,000, which is in the law.
I'm
So,
going to accept all these changes so we have a clean thing to read.
thank you.
Okay, so now you can take a look and see if this works for folks.
I think the E is still bold.
Tim and I we thought it would be important that if someone's reading that they can actually link to the research easily.
That's easy to pull forward.
Great.
Okay.
Send this to you.
Okay, so we're good with this one. Okay, so now, Maud, if you can get us to the other document, that would be great. So we have a bunch of action steps here. That was the one, we just did that one, right? The bullet on page 12.
Yeah.
I'm taking it off the list. So then we have just some specific things, replacing a table.
I think I did that. Should have done that.
That's done. Amazing. Rewrite number 3 in Appendix C, number 5 in Appendix C. So we can go back. We'll keep these. And then just making the bullets consistent and the charts consistent. Jen gave some good feedback about that. So our team will take care of that. Sharpening the lines on the Kaiser map. That sounds a little bit like a tall order, but it sounds like, Rebecca, you thought you might take it on?
Oh, I don't know if I can.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
not sure.
I might be able to go to the initial Kaiser chart and data and create a chart based on the same data.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of
I'm
work.
gonna suggest we take this off our list.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just.
You gave me a task to do.
No, no,
Is anybody opposed to taking that off your list? Okay.
No.
We might, I can ask Digger if they can present it too. if you'd like.
Okay, you write number 3 and then
That's
just
what I
add
was
a
gonna
note
ask,
about
right?
the data. Okay, so, I can work with somebody on that. Okay, so the to-dos I think are pretty,
I can put it in right.
okay.
Sue,
Yes.
on, appendix C, number 5, we didn't get to that because of lunch, but
Oh, right, let's go,
Um,
go. Yep.
yeah, I think there's a data point in here that's just, the data point is wrong. It's in the table where it says the Vermont Public FY24 average high school tuition per student. It says it's 18,746, and I believe it's 21,452 according to the allowable tuition report from AOE.
Is that per tuition paid or is that for total expenditures on public school? Because this,
It's what they charge for tuition.
Say again where you are.
I'm on appendix C, number 5.
I'll get you to it. It's,
Oh, I'm sorry. It's on page 32.
and actually, it's now on page 30.
Okay. Yep.
I'd be happy to sit down with you, Scott, and work through that data to show you where that came from. And I will say this is it's called A.3 long tuition. And it's the data that the agency provided to us as part of the big data request. There are errors in the data. For example, in the independent schools, they included a handful of therapeutic schools, which have higher tuition. And I've checked it both with and without therapeutic schools. It is still coming in around 20. The public schools are coming in lower than the average announced tuition and this is just for the tuition towns. This is not for all public schools. So we're only talking about the tuition or the costs associated with the tuition payment. So it's not the universe of public schools. It's just the universe of public schools that get tuition and how much tuition is paid to them. So part of it is we have to be very clear about you have to use one data source and we have to be really clear about what we're measuring.
I'm using the allowable tuition report,
And
which says that the average is 21,452.
mhm.
This chart?
No,
Not that chart.
no, no, that was, that's
Okay, this is the point that we were having, and I'm not questioning your data. I'm sure it's 100%. The question is whether, who's in what and who's included, and you have to know which individual schools they're talking about and what's included. What I worked from was the A33, so all the data was coming out of the same source. What I can tell you is that there were some schools that were public schools that appear to be public school operated programs that might be getting an extra surplus based in the tuition, based on being a specialized setting or providing special ed. And what I'm trying to say is that agency data is not 100% clean. So we're trying to do the best we can with data is not 100% clean. So what I did is I ran it. I can show you the numbers. I ran it both ways. I'm happy doing whatever you want. I'm not comfortable cleaning data without having someone else look at it and understand what I did to clean data. So I'd be happy to clean up the file, send it to you and tell you the different ways and have you look at it and see if that's okay before we put this in the report. But if you pull out the therapeutic schools that were listed in there, it comes in a little bit lower, but not much lower than that for the independent schools. And part of it has to do
yeah, I don't think the allowable tuition report has therapeutics. It's just public schools.
But we can't compare privates and publics off of different data sources. It has to all come out of the same data source. Because it's capturing a point in time. What year are you looking at?
FY24.
Okay. Why don't you send me that? I'll send you what I have. But I'm trying to stay in one file because I can't compare numbers pulled from different files because I don't even know if they were pulled at the same date.
Okay, so this brings me back to that other document, Maud, because we have a couple of decision points and I don't think you can get to this all by 2:30. Can we have a couple of extra minutes?
Yes, take extra minutes.
Okay. So I was gonna say
We also had
so most-
definitions that I
just
cleaned up.
for
I don't know
folks
if we
who are
want to do.
remote, and in the room, we're gonna just take 5 more minutes on this, and then we will do public comments.
Okay, so if you go, Maud, if you just scroll down to the decision points. Okay, so thank you. So here are a couple of bigger picture things that we just want to address. So how to clean up the data, timely decision point based on where we just were. So I just want to know what, I heard a couple of options. One was to add a footnote in the report at places where there's questions or it might be an error that we've observed. Another is to get a couple of people on the task force together to just say, we're going to do our best to correct this data. So what do you think is the best way forward for this? And this is really something that's going to have to happen, in the coming days, really.
I feel pretty strongly that we shouldn't be trying to fix any data, that we should just add a footnote. I think that
I can run it both. I've already run it both ways. So I can show you what it looks like if you take out the handful. The overwhelming majority of tuition students are in the 4 academies and Long Trail and Sharon. So just those 6 schools, they all pay above the average announced tuition. That alone is going to skew that number higher than the average announced tuition.
but this is in general, right?
Yeah.
In general, where there are
General,
data issues, and we can see that there are data issues. We have a whole page on this task force list of the data that came from the agency. And if anybody is looking to say, where did you get that data? And they look at the agency data and say that our data in this report is different, that's not going to make sense. So I think we have to say, this is the data we got from the agency. We know that there are errors because X, but this is the data we got from the agency.
So the only thing is for ours, I'm just going to say, I can forward it to have it posted, but we did point out when we were working on the strategic merger section, we pointed out sections with errors and asked them. And also we had to roll up districts. And so we had to go back and verify what some unlabeled things were. So we have additional data that we received as follow-up clarification. So if that's accessible, we also need to make that available for the website.
Yes, if they didn't put that in the website, then but right, that is an important point, that we did go back and forth with them on a number of different data sets to have them repair the data when we noticed that it was a problem.
I wonder if there were also things that they were not able, and this raises, we are talking about a foundation plan. There are data pieces that they can't provide us, where I don't know how we're going to implement a foundation plan if they don't have capacity to provide that data. And maybe we also need to be thinking about what are the data capacities the agency needs to have support on in order to be able to even talk about a foundation plan.
Let's parking lot that, because that's.
So what I have 2 suggestions. One, the specific data point on the Appendix C. I wonder, Rebecca and Scott, would you be willing to work on that and come up with something that to be included in that section that works?
Sure.
Okay, and why don't we pull the data out and why don't we build it from scratch so that we can build those assumptions.
So I'm going to say, and is the rest of the group good with whatever they come up with? You'll accept that?
Definitely.
Okay, so I'm taking that out of the big picture thing, and that's going to become an action step. And then in terms of, I don't know where we landed. Edie, are you suggesting there's just a footnote to acknowledge?
Yeah, the footnote to acknowledge. I think the work that needs to happen is to ensure that the data that is posted on our page is the final agreed upon data in the sets that went back and forth.
That's a separate issue because,
Yep.
yeah, I can forward, for example, they clarified the CTE enrollment data on the website. We had to ask them to correct that because they were giving us counts of courses, not unique individuals, not unique students.
Okay. Who wants to take this on?
I think that's me.
Okay. And are people good with Evie doing this? Do you need anything or
I think we have to do it because we were the ones who know which data was used. So I think anyone who touched that, I think Scott and I will work on that one section, but we'll have to forward you all the data that we got in subsequent records requests.
I think too that you mentioned the CTE data, Rebecca. I think we even noticed as they were sharing some on the spreadsheet that some things were not there. The private CTEs weren't there on the spreadsheet when we were in the last meeting. So I think any CTE data that was used or came to us that may not be on their, whatever that portal was they gave us. Any discrete data that we received that's different should live independent of that spreadsheet they gave us or whatever they gave us, the portal.
What about clarification? So for example, on the test data, according to AOE, not a single kid finished the ninth grade math test in Burton, St. Johnsbury Academy, Linden Institute. That seemed implausible to me, who was economically disadvantaged. And they confirmed that no students were identified as economically disadvantaged. When I looked at it, I was like, that can't be. They're saying it is. Is that confirmation that the data is accurate? Do you want that as well? Okay.
And even if in fact that isn't, I think this is an issue. It'll continue to be an issue until data has integrity and is being captured and reported. And that will be even harder and worse under a different formula. So I think, thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, I'm not sure I capture that exactly right, but Edie, and it sounds like Edie and the subgroup that worked on the proposal are going to take the lead on that. Okay, another decision point, how to cite research. When we make a claim and you want there to be a citation, do you want it to be a footnote? Do you want it to be a link to where the data can be found in the appendix? We talked about a hot link, but it sounded like people didn't love that idea. So how do you all want to handle that?
What if you did a footnote with a live link? Because then people who read digitally can access directly, but people who don't can cut and paste the title in the citation.
Okay.
I will say
people
part
good
of it,
with that.
Yep.
one thing I don't know how to handle is some of the articles that we had were shared with me directly by academics, and I have copies, but I don't have library lending. So people won't always be able to access the full article online because I can't share that without violating copyright protections. I'm just saying. And I can't open share a PDF.
You could, if with permission, you could ask the agency of administration to upload it to their site, but not in a visible way until you click on the link, if you got permission for that.
I think if it's behind a paywall and we put it up as a PDF, I think we're violating.
But the agency of administration isn't behind a paywall, right?
No.
Oh, I see. The article is
the
behind a
article
paywall.
itself
We
is
were
behind
sorry.
a paywall.
I get it now.
And
Okay.
so people, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have, you can share, I think, like 10 copies, but you can't, if you put it up on the website, you're universally sharing.
Okay, got it. And
So
email-
I would suspect though, as you're describing that, Rebecca, that is not the majority of the data that you use
No,
to
it's just
present
saying
that.
in some
And
of
so
them,
I
people are
think
gonna hit-
recognizing those limitations, if
people are going to hit
people
paywall.
want to get to it and
Okay.
invest in the paywall.
I've got just a couple more things. So Wendy emailed a recommendation that the analysis that Beth St. James did that's currently in the appendix, in the appendix E, she felt it would be useful to actually add that to the body of the report as its own appendix. And if you scroll down, Maud, I just pasted it in here. It was the status of private and independent schools. And it's kind of a one-pager.
So in my opinion, anything that shortens Appendix E is a good thing. And so if we pull it out of Appendix E and put it into its own space, that might not be a bad thing. But that's
Okay,
just
Jen and
an opinion.
Rebecca, are you okay with moving that to
Sure.
the body of the report?
Then we just have to, in the report, refer to it here instead. That's fine.
And can we just scroll up for a second to see if we want to make sure that public school
Yeah, you want to change it to,
change
it
those?
should be, the header was mine, not Beth St. James, and there's a.
No. I was just
No,
thinking
go
of
up.
definitions.
But go up when you go up, because I don't want to lose that. It shouldn't say. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. That's right. But yes, you can leave it as is. I forgot.
So do you see the little spelling?
Because they
error?
were called. This is
No,
not
I
about to
don't.
change.
Okay. I was just thinking
Down a
those
little bit.
definitions, if those are in this, then maybe that we should just make sure that
The word that-
are the same definitions we're using in the definition appendix.
Yeah, awesome. Okay,
Oh, actually, that's right. These are definitions from Ledge Council. You're right.
we need to move on to public comment if that's okay with everybody. Sue, is that
That's
okay
right.
with you?
Yeah, I hadn't thought
Yes, we
about
can
that.
come back and
Yep.
finalize a few things. when we're
Yeah,
done.
we have a time,
Okay.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, okay, folks, we're transitioning to public comment. We're a little bit late, apologies. A lot of work to do. We will see if there's anyone in the room for public comment, and then we'll go online if there's no one in the room. But public comments will be limited to no more than 2 minutes per person. And the task force requests that participants clearly state their name, place of residence, and the topic of comment. The task force will not take action, but we will have reflection at the end. And that's it. We can get started. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to comment?
Thank you.
And Edie is going to be taking time.
Right, okay, great. Well, I'm Cheryl Charles. I know many of you. I'm very glad to be here. I am from Westminster, I should say that quickly. And I'm here on behalf of the Rural School Community Alliance. I chair the Westminster Town School Board, and I actually chair the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union Board. But I came in person today really to thank you personally for your thoughtful deliberation, for your respectful disagreements, and for what you've come up with as a very thoughtful, very strong, very responsive proposal that you're carrying forward in a report. So with all of that, you know that the Rural School Community Alliance and all of our members we're strongly and are strongly committed to voluntary associations. We're also committed to reducing costs and serving students. I mean, that's what's most important. But what you did here was take an evidence-based approach. You did it thoughtfully, and you've come up with something that I think manifests Vermont's democratic values. So that's it. Thank you very much for all your effort.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Cheryl.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment? Okay, anybody online want to speak at public comment? We have a
Couple people have
hand.
their hand up. AP, you have your hand up. We're gonna just set it up so you can
Abby Colton.
unmute.
Can you hear me
Go ahead,
okay?
Abby.
Can you hear me okay? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Abby, are you trying to speak? We can't hear you.
Sometimes it helps to log
that help?
off and then log back on again. We can move to the next person and then come back. Either KF or NO. Ken Fredette. Go ahead, Ken. He's muted.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Ken, you want to try again?
Your camera has been disabled. I see I'm not muted here. Hello, 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4.
We can't hear you, Ken. So maybe try logging off and logging back on again. We'll move to the next person. Maybe third time's a charm. Here we go. Abby wants to try again.
Abby.
Or NO and then Abby. It's not someone's bonus.
It's fine.
Interesting. They can hear online.
Is this
folks,
working?
So I don't. There. Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Abigail Pelton. I am the board chair of the Wyndham School District and definitely represent.
No. Oh. We lost you. We had you and then we lost you. Yeah, he just popped his head in. Hang on, Abby.
They're saying they can hear.
Yes, they can hear the speakers, but we can't hear the speakers.
Is it because it's coming on headphones?
I'm back. Does it work?
Yes.
Go.
Okay, it booted me off. I don't know what happened.
Stay in the room, stay in the room.
I didn't move,
So
I
Abby,
promise.
We got your name and we got that you're the board chair of Wyndham. That's about
Thank
it.
you. I wanted to thank all of you for your hard work. This has not been an easy task, and the dedication you guys have demonstrated is cannot be underestimated. So thank you very much. Just again, I know there was a lot of correspondence from our community. Wanted to echo on behalf of the small mountaintop communities like Wyndham. Our children are really the ones who are the most hurt by a lot of this change. I appreciate the amendments and things that you have done today. I hope communication flows better to the rest of us on how things will progress. And just wanted to, again, echo, as I did in my correspondence, that as things move on, you continue to advocate on the small communities in our state. Thank you again. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Abby.
Back to Ken.
So actually, it looks like
Neil?
it's Neil Odell. All right, Neil. You are muted. Neil, can you unmute? Do you need to unmute him, Maud? Huh, okay.
We can go back to Ken and come back to Neil.
Yeah, we'll try Ken and then we'll come back to you, Neil.
He's saying he can't unmute.
Oh, huh.
He can't unmute. Try again.
Yeah, we'll go back to Ken and see how that goes.
Come back in.
There we go. All right, hi Ken, we can see you and maybe even hear you.
Can you hear me? I'm having,
Yes.
oh, good. It just wouldn't let me unmute. Well, thank you for staying with me. I want to echo, first of all, forgive me. I just joined the meeting. I've been up in the woods all day working on my spring, wearing an orange hat, hoping that no one would shoot me while I was up there. But I'll echo what previous speakers had said, the ones that I got to hear, Cheryl Charles and Abby, was it, that I appreciate all the good work, the thoughtful work that this task force has done with an impossible task. And I think you exhibited some common sense, again, not knowing what you did today. So I'll reserve a right to change that opinion. But I would just like to point out that, as I did in a recent commentary that was published in the Rutland Herald a couple days ago, that this is what happens when political agendas get put ahead of what's best for kids. And I would implore all of you legislators sitting around the table to give strong consideration to going back to Department of Education with a commissioner that answers to the State Board of Education, rather than what we have now, an agency with the secretary appointed as governor, and that secretary answers to whoever the governor is that particular year. I'm sure you all know this, but I think that would expedite moving forward with our education reformation. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hey, thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. AM. Okay, Neil's still there. Okay. Oops.
Unmute the Giants.
All right, how about the AM number 2?
Hi there. My name is
Hi.
Ann Margolis. Hi. My name's Ann Margolis. I'm here with my daughter, Evelyn, who's a sixth grader in the Waits River Valley School. I'm asking, I know I really appreciate all the work you've done and appreciate your recommendations to date. I think you are faced with an impossible task, and I know you're not moving forward with the CTE map that was presented on November 10th. So this is really directed at Senator Beck and Mr. Wolk. Asking you to please not bring that map forward during this legislative session with the changes that were made between the first two versions of it and the subsequent November 10th version, which truncated Thetford from the rest of OESU and the Riverbend Career Technical Center. That's really punitive to our families. It disrespects the feedback from these communities that was sent to date, including my own. And it also violates parts of Act 73 that require honoring some of the historical community cohesion. Also, it does not, as Mr. Wolk stated at the last meeting, preserve school choice where it currently exists. This would be extremely punitive to our kids and our families, and I ask that please do not move forward with that map in any way, shape, or form until Thetford is reattached to the rest of our region as it historically has been. Thank you very much for your work in doing this impossible task. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Anne and Evelyn. Looking for Neil. I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Neil, you're back. Can you unmute this time? It's still, for some reason, it's not working, Neil. Apologies.
Excuse me, this is Ken again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ken.
It looks like Neil is locked out, and that's what I had happening to me. There's a little lock next to his microphone, so it might be muted at your end, maybe. And I'll get back off now. Thank you.
He's not muted on our, I just saw the little.
Yeah, just flipped it off. And now it's back up.
Huh. Well, Neil, perhaps you can submit something in writing, and we're sorry that we haven't been able to make this work.
Or there might be a phone number in the, that you could call. That
For the meeting,
you look at the meeting
rather than TV.
notes.
He said he would submit in writing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a little bit of work to do before we wrap up. Okay, let's go back to the work and then hopefully call it a day.
We're in pretty good shape. So the group decided that we would include the status of private and independent schools in the body of the report as an additional appendix, and that we would make sure that those definitions were aligned with the definitions that this group had in the definition appendix. Does somebody want to volunteer to review both of those to make sure that there's alignment?
I think it's
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. So now I wanted to just talk through the process for the final edit. So we have a couple of people working on a few things, and our team will be working on some formatting and cleaning up just slight grammatical errors or, anything you see like that. I just want to hear from everybody the way forward. We have a couple days. Are people good with empowering the two co-chairs to oversee that process? Since the task force isn't meeting again, there's not really a way to have a discussion about edits from this point forward unless we continue with the comments in the document. So everybody, do you feel like we got far enough along today that you all are ready to kind of turn it over to the co-chairs and to our team to finalize?
I appreciate your efforts to force us to do the work together today. That was really important.
Great.
And I'll just say, I think if anything is submitted that we have questions on, we'll make sure that we reach out and for further clarification.
So since
Yeah,
I
okay.
was out of the room when I was volunteered to rewrite a section, when do you need that? Sooner rather than later?
Monday and Tuesday, we want to.
I mean, as I'm reading it again in the original form, I'm like, it looks pretty good in the first place. Maybe we were wordsmithing too much. So as soon as possible.
Monday would be wonderful.
And how would you like that? Just
Send
in the
us to-
Google Doc?
Yeah, let's
can
use
put it
right
right
on the conduit.
Okay.
Okay. So now that
Thank you, Beth.
we are where we need to be with the report, I would love to, like, as the facilitator, just take this moment to invite everyone on the task force to do a little bit of a closing reflection. And I know this has been a really hard process, and there's been some significant times when people brought really different perspectives to the table. And I would love to just have each person go around and say, it can be something you've learned through this process, or maybe a disappointment, but then also something that you feel proud of about the work the task force did. You want to start, Dave?
Say something a little different. That is, I've been really impressed with the support we've had. Maud mentioned it in a email that this is on top of your full-time job. And Chris, oh my God. And I don't know your name, but thank you very much. And the other one was John Adams, who was here today, but you know, Scott and I worked with him morning, noon, and night. He's the one who did all the maps, as you remember, and revising them. And he had the topography, the drive time, SUs, SDs, number of kids. And the guy is brilliant. And I remember one time we were bugging him when he was having a pizza party for his kids. And we said, okay, that's fine. And after the party, he gets back to us. So I just think we were really blessed by the staff help we had. Thank you to all of you.
We go next
Doing
to
popcorn, or are we going around in a circle?
Popcorn. What I learned, I have really enjoyed meeting and getting to know folks in this group. I also am incredibly impressed and appreciative of the folks who have helped with the support. I also am blown away by the amount of feedback on all different sides and the public comment and the public participation. I also have learned a lot about Vermont and the research and various nooks and crannies. Several folks have asked other people to ask me why I actually voted no on something that I spent a whole bunch of time working on. And I'm happy to explain it to people more in depth in person. But the short answer is I personally wanted more time to work on it more in depth. And I felt like I didn't get that opportunity, and I wanted it to be thicker and richer, and it wasn't there. What I learned, disappointment. There's always a disappointment with something like this because you never get everything done that you want to. And what I'm proud of is just that it's been hard work. And as I am in a meeting, I always take notes and I write things like, and I'm like, my heart is racing right now. Ooh, what am I thinking about this? And I always write those sort of soft things so they don't come out. But I just really appreciate the energy of everybody here. And the people who have driven in cars with me and kept me awake at night on those long drives. So thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
I would especially like to thank the staff as well. The staff, everything was very well organized. We had everything we needed. I thought it was fantastic. And I just appreciate everybody's commitment that came to all these meetings and made all these trips. And to all the Vermonters that engaged in the process.
Thanks. I'm very grateful for the support we've had from staff, from Sue. Grateful for all that I've learned sitting around the table with all of these very smart, very engaged, and very committed people. So thank you very much for sharing and learning together. I am really appreciative of finding in a short period of time a path that offers some hope for increased capacity, that tried to center doing so on behalf of students and avoiding harm.
And I am hopeful too that it can build trust in communities to see the opportunities to work more closely together on behalf of all students pre-K-12 that are in their responsibility. And that is a hope for the iterative part of this process. But I'm proud of what we have been able to do in a very unenviable amount of time. And just thanks, everybody.
Not a lot to add as people go through, just repeating it. I'll say, traveling around the state to the different forums was good to see, outside of your own perspective. I worked in education for 30 years in the Northeast Kingdom, so seeing different things, always learn something new there. If I had a disappointment, it might be that we didn't do more opportunities of like the breakout working groups that we did today, working in small groups and coming back together. I thought was very beneficial and could have done more of that. And of course, getting to meet some people I hadn't before, and a lot of respect for the knowledge that's around this table.
I'll start with my disappointment. We needed more chocolate, although. So thank you for bringing it today. I have such gratitude to the staff too. And Chrissy, you Maud, for dealing with the challenge, but also you, Chrissy, for dealing with the last minute documents and trying to get it all done and running and doing all those errands. And I really appreciate that because I know it's on top of your regular workload. I have such appreciation for people at the table because I really trust that everybody came here with good intention and committed to doing the best for our kids. Our kids are our public trust. They are our future, and we have no hope without taking care of them. And I came in wanting to be careful with other people's children because I think there's nothing more important than treating everybody's children with the same care you want for your own. So like you, Jen, I wanted to be doing all of our due diligence to know that we weren't forcing or requiring things that weren't going to leave people better off. I needed to be able to look in my community's eyes and say, I did what I thought was best for your kids too. And I appreciate the fact that people came to the table. I think everyone here brought a different perspective, even when people didn't agree. I think they helped us make our work better. And I think that's what we should be doing. I believe public education is nonpartisan, and we have all come to the table and done our best to make it better. And I think this committee, this task force has been an example of how we need to work together. We need to take this time. We need to do our due diligence. We need to check our assumptions, and we need to find ways to work together from all different corners of the state and all different parties, because our state needs that right now. So I am very, very grateful to the people here who were willing to come to the table, roll up their sleeves, and work together to try to do the best we could. So thank you for that to everyone here. And thank you to our chairs, and
our facilitator.
And you too, Sue.
I'll just ditto the thanks to all the folks that helped us through this process. And probably one of the biggest things I got from this, I feel like I volunteered for this thinking I was offering some level of experience to the committee and ended up learning way more than I contributed. And it is similar. I agree with Beth. It was interesting going to the different regions. It really it taught me that this is not just a spreadsheet exercise. It's not just a mathematical calculation, because it'd be really easy to divvy this state up and say everybody has this many kids in each district. And it's just not that simple. And I appreciate that we're submitting a recommendation back to the legislature that points out that, like, take a deep breath. This is way more complex than we thought. And we need to be really careful with what we do to this system so that we don't do more harm than we do good. And thank you.
I found myself getting a little emotional while I was listening to everyone, and I don't get emotional, so this is a little shocking for me. Thank you, as it was said already. I want to thank the bodies who put us around this table too. I think the governor made a great choice. I think the committee on committees made great choices. I think the speaker made a great choice. I think the people around this table reflect the state pretty darn well, not perfectly, but pretty darn well. And it takes bringing people together who are willing to represent different opinions to come to something that is, you end up with a really good product. So I'm disappointed that we didn't have more time. I'm also grateful that we don't have any more time. I'm exhausted, but I'm thankful. for this process and for all of you, and specifically to my co-chair who picked up the ball a number of times when I just didn't have the
Got you.
ability to do anything. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Edie, as well. We helped each other out when it was important and when each of us had various struggles, which we won't go into right now, but it's been an interesting journey. Thank you, everyone who's here. Thank you, Orca Media, Maud, Chrissy. And I want to also actually thank the media outlets who've been covering this story quite thoroughly. So thank you, all of you. Vermonters, they showed up. They showed up. Yes, thank you. In person at our hearings, online, they did the surveys, they wrote to us, they're still writing to us, and it's all been very constructive. And I think folks learned with us. As we were learning, they were learning, and they've been asking questions and really digging in, and I so appreciate that. And my constituents as well, who've been very engaged. So thank you for that. Sue and Creative Discourse Group, and Nadia, who's not here as well. Thank you very, very much. You've been incredibly helpful. Thanks. Okay, so I think we can probably adjourn.
I think so.
Yeah, let's use our gavel.
Can we get a motion?
All in favor?
All in favor? All right, ready?
1, 2, 3. Woo!